Ameen. All right. So we're going to do what might be a hefty review here. So I'm going to attempt to. I have a certain amount of information I want to cover. I don't even know how long I'm going to go. I might go for a long time. Or unless I get tired or something. And I want to get up to Siwak, if you know what's in Abu Shuja. So let's see how far we can get, inshallah. So the author says, Bismillah. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wa sallallahu ala Sayyidina Muhammadin Nabi wa alihi tahirin wa sahabatihi ajma'een. Here, what I just read to you in Arabic, it's not here in the English. I meant to type it into the Arabic. I actually made the space to put it in there. But I got distracted. So it's not there, and I'm going to still explain it for you. Let me translate this line here. And I want to read what we're going to explain. I want to read this whole chapter real quick first, and then we're going to explain. So the author says, in the name of Allah, Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, praise is due to Allah, Lord of the worlds. And may the salat of Allah be upon our Master Muhammad, the Prophet, and his pure al, and all of his companions. Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Judge Abu Shuja Ahmad ibn al-Hussein ibn Ahmad al-Asfahani, may Allah the Exalted have mercy upon him, said, one of my friends, may Allah Ta'ala protect One of my friends, may Allah Ta'ala protect them, asked me to make a mukhtasar, a summary. I don't know if I'll need the Arabic on the side right now. I think I might not need it. He said, one of my friends, may Allah Ta'ala protect them, asked me to make a summary, to make a mukhtasar, a summary in fiqh, Islamic jurisprudence. According to the madhab, the school of Imam Ash-Shafi'i, may the mercy and acceptance of Allah be upon him. One that has reached the limit of concision and the extent of brevity. It means the ultimate summary, as brief as possible. To make the learner's lesson closer and the beginner's memorization easier. And he requested that I make many divisions and group cases together in sections. So I answered his request, seeking the reward and hoping from Allah Ta'ala for the compliance in mentioning what is correct. Surely, he has power over whatever he willed, and he is merciful to and knowledgeable of his slaves. Okay, so that's the introduction. Now, I'm going to read in this explanation and translate, and we're going to explain whatever is here, and we're going to keep going like that, inshallah ta'ala. World with a capital W. No. Here? No. So, he says, Ash-Sharhu, the explanation. Mana Bismillah abtadi'u mutabarrikan Bismillah. Now, some of this is very common for you, you know, so it's a review. All the information you know, then you're going to know it. It's a review for you. Just say check. I know that one. That's firm for me. You're going to be making your own checklist of what you know, and whatever you don't know, then you're going to add it, inshallah ta'ala. So, Bismillah, the explanation. Mana Bismillah, abtadi'u mutabarrikan Bismillah. The meaning of Bismillah is I start seeking the blessings by God's name. ولفظ الجلالة الله علم للذات المقدس المستحق لنهاية تعظيم. And the expression of greatness, Allah, is a name, a proper name, an alam, proper noun, for the holy self that is entitled to the extent of glorification and the ultimate submission. So I want to try to read through this. I don't want to stop and explain and pull apart. This is a review for me. I'm reviewing. And I just want to, Yani, extend the benefit. So invite you to review with me here. And you can ask me if you want to also. So, but I'm going to keep reading a lot. If you need me to stop on something and explain it, then feel free. وَمَعْنَاهُ مَنْ لَهُ الْإِلَهِيَّةِ. And what it means is the one who has godhood. The meaning of Allah, that's called lafzul jalala, the expression of greatness, the expression of majesty, Allah. And what it means is the one who has godhood. وَهِيَ الْقُدْرَةُ عَلَى الْإِخْتِرَاعِ. And godhood is the power to invent. That's very literal. And the meaning here is create. The Arabic word is ikhtira'. That translates as invent in Arabic language. So the intended meaning here is create. أي إبراز المعدوم إلى الوجود, meaning raising the non-existent into existence. والله علم غير مشتق. And Allah is a proper noun that is not derived. It is underived. This means it does not come from a source noun. The meaning of Allah, the name Allah being underived, this is linguistic talk here, is that it does not come from a source noun. So take note of that if you want to. A masdar does not come from a masdar. كما قال الخليل ibn Ahmad, as said by Al-Khalil ibn Ahmad, وحكي عن سيبويه. And that was also cited about Sibawayh, that he also takes the position that the name Allah is underived. وعليه أكابر اللغويين. And that's the position of the leading, the big linguists. والرحمن أي الكثير الرحمة للمؤمنين والكافرين في الدنيا وللمؤمنين في الآخرة. Ar-Rahman means the one with abundant mercy for the believers and the disbelievers in the world, and for the believers especially in the afterlife. والرحيم أي الكثير الرحمة للمؤمنين في الدنيا والآخرة. And Ar-Rahim means the one who is abundantly merciful to the believers in the world and the afterlife. وليس الرحيم اسما خاصا بالله تعالى. And Ar-Rahim is not a name special for God, exalted is He. فيجوز تسمية الولد رحيما بخلاف الرحمن فهو خاص بالله تعالى. So it is permissible to name a child Rahim as opposed to Ar-Rahman. That is special to God, exalted is He. ومعنى الحمد ومعنى الحمد لله. And the meaning of Alhamdulillah is نثني على الله ونمدحه بألسنتنا على ما أنعم به علينا من النعم التي لا نحصيها من غير وجوب عليه. And the meaning of Alhamd, praise, the Hamd is for Allah, is that we praise Allah and we extol Him, E-X-T-O-L, by our tongues. That means verbally. So verbally is Hamd is verbal praise by definition. By definition. By our tongues for what He has endowed upon us of endowments that we cannot count without being obligated to do so. وَرَبُّ الْعَالَمِينَ مَعْنَاهُ مَالِكُ الْعَالَمِينَ. And the Lord of the worlds means owner of the worlds. أي كلما دخل أي مالك العالمين أي مالك كل ما دخل في الوجود, meaning owner of everything that came into existence. So al-alamin, it can be explained in different ways. Here it's just being explained as, yani only one explanation is being offered here. Everything other, everything that entered into existence. So it means the whole universe. So that's the meaning of Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. And as-salatu, because it says was-salatu was-salamu ala rasulillah, approximately like that. So was-salatu min Allahir Rahmah al-maqrunatu bi-ta'zim. The salats from Allah, this is important. The salats from Allah, because don't we say sallallahu? So it might be translated as the, I mean, someone might crudely translate it as may God pray for Muhammad. Sallallahu ala Muhammad. May God pray for Muhammad. So no, it doesn't mean that. The meaning of salat linguistically is prayer. So, but we can't translate it as may God pray for Muhammad. What is the salat from Allah? Ar-Rahmatul Maqrunatu bi-Ta'zim. Here, this is its definition. It is mercy associated with glorification. Mercy accompanied with glorification. That's the salat of Allah upon Muhammad. Mercy accompanied with glorification, not mere mercy. وذلك لأن الرحمة قد تكون مقرونة بالتعظيم وقد تكون بغير تعظيم. That's because mercy could be with glorification or without glorification. فالله تعالى يرحم الكفار في الدنيا رحمة بلا تعظيم. For instance, God, exalted is He, has mercy on blasphemers in the world, but it is a mercy without honor. فَالصَّلَاةُ هُنَا مَعْنَاهَا تَعْظِيم. And so the salat here, the salat of God for Muhammad, it is honor. أي نطلب من الله تعالى أن يزيد سيدنا محمدا تعظيما, meaning that we seek from Allah Ta'ala to increase our Master Muhammad in honor. فإن الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم يترقى في الكمالات, and then the messenger would increase in excellences. وصلاتنا, so that's the meaning of the salat of Allah. Now there's still, it needs to be explained, the salat of the creations. Now, when I say the salat of the creations, the word creation includes humans and it includes angels. So, is there a difference between the salat of the angels and the salat of the humans? Or is their salat for Muhammad the same? So, the author says, وَصَلَاتُنَا عَلَى رَسُولِ اللَّهِ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ. And this is now our salat. Our salat is humans. وَصَلَاتُنَا عَلَى رَسُولِ اللَّهِ شُكْرٌ مِنَّا لِلرَّسُولِ. And our salat on the messenger is thanks to the messenger. It's appreciation for the messenger. It's like every time we say sallallahu alaihi wasallam, it's like we're saying thanks, messenger of Allah. But more than that too. لأنه هو الذي دلنا على هذا الدين, because he's the one who showed us this religion. الذي يكسب السعادة الأبدية. This religion that earns the everlasting bliss. وصلاة الملائكة عليه كصلاتنا عليه. And the angels' salat on the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is like our salat on him. So this is Sheikh Abdullah's explanation of Abu Shuja here that I'm sharing with you. Hot off the presses, hot off the presses. MashaAllah. So this is what the Sheikh says here. There are scholars who differentiated between the angels' salat on the Prophet and the humans' salat on the Prophet. Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Allah says, you know the ayah, إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما. So, indeed, Allah makes salat. Indeed, Allah and the angels, so I'm just attempting to translate very literally. Indeed, Allah and the angels make salat on the Prophet. O those who have believed, make salat on him and make salam on him. So then, is the salat of the angels on him different from the salat of the humans on him? Some scholars have some way of explaining that. The Shaykh is saying, وَصَلَاتُ الْمَلَائِكَةِ عَلَيْهِ كَصَلَاتِنَا عَلَيْهِ. The angels' salat on the Prophet is like our salat on the Prophet. Sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. وَقَوْلُهُ النَّبِي اشْتِقَاقُهُ مِنَ النَّبَأ. And when the author said, النَّبِي, the Prophet, this word Nabi is derived from the word Naba, like Surah Naba, أي الخبر, which means news. لأن النبوة إخبار عن الله. This is because prophethood is informing from God. This is because prophethood is informing or telling from God. So prophethood is, the Arabic word is nubuwah, prophethood. So nubuwah, we are saying, comes from the Arabic word naba. Naba means news. Why? Because of the informing, the meaning of informing. فهو فعيل بمعنى فاعل. And therefore, the word nabi has the pattern of fa'il, like the syllables, the scheme, the sound scheme of fa'il. Nabi sounds like fa'il. And this pattern of fa'il, it has the meaning of fa'il, doer, someone who does something, a doer, an active doer of something. لأنه يخبر عن الله. And so the meaning is that the Nabi is an informant from God. An informant, one who tells from God. بما يوحى إليه. He tells about what was revealed to him. أو بمعنى مفعول. And it is possible that Nabi has the meaning, yani, that it is possible that the word Nabi, which has the sound of fa'il, has the meaning of maf'ul, which means receiver, not active doer, but receiver, recipient. A mukhbarun anillah. And then it would mean one who is informed from God, an informed one. A yukhbiruhu al-malaku anillah. And then this would mean that the angel is the one who informs him from God. وهو مشتق من النبوة. And so Nabi, هو مشتق من النبوة. هو مشتق من النبوة. Or the word Nabi is derived from the word nabwah. وهي الرفعة. This word nabwah means highness, which can mean majesty. والنبي غير الرسول. So then, that's what it comes from. Then a Nabi is called a Nabi because he is so high. والنبي غير الرسول إنسان أوحي إليه باتباع وتبليغ شرع الرسول الذي كان قبله. And a Nabi, a prophet, who is not a messenger, is a human to whom it was revealed to follow and convey the law of the messenger who was before him. والنبي الرسول إنسان أوحي إليه بنسخ بعض الأحكام التي كانت في زمن الرسول الذي قبله. And the prophet who is a messenger, the messenger prophet, he is a human revealed to whom, or to whom was revealed the abrogation of some of the rules that were in the time of the messenger before him, أو أوحي إليه بشرع جديد, or he got a new law. What this basically means is, and pardon me if I'm talking too fast, because I want to cover a lot of information. So if you need me to repeat something, feel free to ask me. What this basically means is a messenger either came with a new law or removed an old law. This or that. I mean, could be both. But at the minimum is going to amount to this or that. Either if a prophet's a messenger, it means either he came with an additional law or the subtraction of a law, of a previous law. وكلاهما أي النبي الرسول والنبي غير الرسول يشتركان في الوحي والتبليغ. And both of them, meaning the prophet messenger and the prophet who is not a messenger, share in revelation and delivery. Yani they are both attributed with the reception of revelation, a messenger prophet and a prophet who's not a messenger. And they are both attributed with delivery, which is conveyance of the revelation. وإذا ذكر سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم يتأكد الجمع بين الصلاة والسلام عليه. And when our Master Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam is mentioned, it is emphatic that both the salat and the salam be combined for him. قال الله تعالى, Allah Ta'ala said, يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما, which means all those who have believed, make salat on him and make salam on him. وينبغي أيضا أن تتبع الصلاة على النبي بالصلاة على إخوانه الأنبياء. And it should also be that the salat on the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam be followed by salat on his fellow prophets. لقوله صلى الله عليه وسلم, out of implementing a hadith, صلوا على أنبياء الله ورسله فإن الله بعثهم كما بعثني. Make salat on the prophets of Allah and his messengers, for indeed Allah sent them as he sent me. رواه الديلمي. الديلمي narrated that. وفي لفظ صلوا عليه إذا ذكرتموني صلوا عليهم إذا ذكرتموني. There's another hadith, yani there's another wording for this hadith. Make salat on them when you mention me. فإنهم قد بعثوا كما بعثت. For indeed they were sent as I was sent. رواه ابن عساكر. Ibn Asakir narrated that. ومعنى السلام على محمد طلب السلامة له. And the meaning of the salam on Muhammad is seeking safety or security for him. مما يتخوفه على أمته. Safety from what? From what he fears for his nation. لأنه رؤوف رحيم يهمه أمر أمته. Because he is compassionate and merciful, and the affair of his nation is a concern of his. وحكم الصلاة والسلام عليه الوجوب في الصلوات الخمس. And the judgment of the salat and the salam on the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is obligatory in the 5 prayers. فيصلي عليه المصلي بعد التشهد الأخير ويسلم عليه في أول التحيات. Indeed, the one who is performing prayer makes salat on the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the last tashahhud. That's an obligatory salat on him, and he makes salam on the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the beginning of the tahiyyat. Yani, so you say التحيات والمباركات والصلوات الطيبات لله السلام عليك أيها النبي, right there. That's obligatory. So that's an obligatory salam on the Prophet. And then after you finish your whole tashahhud, you say Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. So that's a salat on him, and that's obligatory. So there's an obligatory salam and an obligatory salat on the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Those are both in the prayer. And notice something the Sheikh did here. He mentioned the same thing with 2 different names. Because the tashahhud is the tahiyyat. At-tahiyyat is the tashahhud. So what he said here was the judgment of the salat and the salam is obligatory in the five prayers. And so the one who is praying makes salat on him after the last tashahhud, and he makes salam on him in the beginning of the tahiyyat. So what's the tahiyyat? It's the tashahhud. Okay. وأما خارجها فالصلاة على النبي سنة مؤكدة. And as for outside of prayer, salat on the Prophet is an emphasized sunnah, لا سيما عند سماع ذكره, especially after hearing his mention. هذا هو القول المعتمد القوي. This is the reliable, strong saying. وتتأكد الصلاة عليه يوم الجمعة, and salat on him is more emphatic on Friday. فإنها أكثر ثوابا منها في سائر الأيام. For indeed, the salat on the Prophet on Friday is more rewardable than on another day. لحديث فأكثروا علي من الصلاة فيه. That is due to the hadith that means frequently make salat on me on Friday. Those are nice benefits there. Alhamdulillah. So a lot of that talk that I just read for you, you know it, and some of it is extra for you. Alhamdulillah, and for me too. And for me, Alhamdulillah, I don't seem to get a good taste for a book until I teach it. So I really wanted to share this with you so that also I can encompass it better. قال وقوله وآله الآل قال وقوله وآله, he said, when the author said وآله and his al, so at first I'm not going to translate it because it's open to interpretation. The al is open to interpretation. So what does it mean? The Sheikh says here, Al-alu humul atba'ul atqiya. The al, they are the God-fearing followers of the Prophet. Min ayyi ajnasin nasi kanud, regardless of what race of people they were. Those are the al, the people of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The people of the Prophet are the God-fearing followers regardless of what race they are. فإن أتباع محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم شرفهم الله وكرمهم بما لم يعطي غيرهم من الأمم. For indeed, the followers of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, Allah has privileged them, has honored them and privileged them with what He did not give to others of the previous Muslim nations. قال تعالى, the Exalted One said, كنتم خير أمة أخرجت للناس. You are the best nations sent out to the people, dispatched to the people. فإذا قلنا اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد دخل كل تقي. So when we say, oh Allah, make salat on Muhammad and on the al of Muhammad and on the people of Muhammad, then every God-fearing one is included. فَلَيْسَ الْآلُ هُنَا بِمَعْنَى الْأَقَارِبِ. And therefore, the people here does not mean the relatives. بَلْ بِمَعْنَى الْأَتْبَاعِ. Rather, it means the followers. لأن الكلام في مقام الصلاة عليه صلى الله عليه وسلم. Because the context is making salat on him. Sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Meaning it's not another context. It's not a context of lineage. It's not a context of zakat. It's a context of salat upon him. So therefore became open what al means. When it was not When al was not put under some context, it became open to refer to any God-fearing follower of the Prophet, regardless of his race, alayhi salatu wassalam. لأن الكلام في مقام الصلاة عليه صلى الله عليه وسلم ويطلق الآل بمعنى آل جعفر وعلي وعقيل والعباس, and the people, the al, is used in some contexts to refer to the people of or the families of Ja'far and Ali and Aqil and Al-Abbas. فهؤلاء يقال لهم آل بيت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. Those are called the people of the house of the Messenger of Allah, or the people of the household of the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wasallam. So if I say house or household, doesn't mean a physical house, it means his family. أما في مقام الزكاة. Now, as for in the context of zakat, فالآل هم المؤمنون من بني هاشم وبني المطلب. Then the people, they are the believers from the clan of Hashim and the clan of Al-Muttalib. So if if I were giving a test from here, then what I am going to probably ask, especially if I like to find what you call tricky questions, then let's see. What I asked, what is the meaning of Bismillah? I don't think so. So common. I probably wouldn't ask that. And would I ask about the name of Allah being derived? And I don't think so. Or who said so? Probably not. Would I ask in the test, what's the meaning of Ar-Rahman and Ar-Rahim? I think I probably wouldn't. And what's the meaning of Hamd? Probably not. But if this were an obligatory knowledge lesson, very, very, very beginners level and first test, I might ask those questions. Let's make sure, I need to see who really studied. What I ask about the meaning of these salat. Here, this is detailed here. What we read about the salat, the meaning of a salat, this is detailed. I think here, this I would ask about. What from here? And remember, when you study any book, when you take a test, I mean, from a book, you're going to take a test in the book you're studying. Yani, don't bring from other books. Don't import, let's say you took other books and now you're taking a test and you're familiar with the information. But what's really intended by the test is if you study the book you are in and whatever information the teacher gave you in that lesson. So don't then start importing from the other books here. Rather, demonstrate that you have studied the book at hand and that you studied the information that the teacher gave you in that lesson. So here, this talk about the salat on the Prophet, what does it mean what does salat from Allah mean? What does the salat from the humans mean? What does the salat from the angels mean? Yes. And also, and that's easy. That's not a long talk. The salat, as-salatu min Allahi ar-rahmatu al-maqrunatu bi-ta'zim. Okay. That's answer to the question that I'm supposing, I'm imagining. The salat from Allah has the mercy associated with the honor or honoring. Okay. And the salat from the humans, was salatu, Bismillah. فالصلاة هنا معناه تعظيم أي نطلب من الله تعالى أن يزيد محمدا تعظيما. وصلاتنا على رسول الله شكر منا للرسول. So here, this part, our salat on the Prophet is thanks to the Messenger. That's new. Yani, for me, it's new. وصلاة الملائكة عليه كصلاتنا عليه. The angels' salat on him is like our salat on him. Okay, inshallah. And also, what I put in the test, the Nabi, what does Nabi mean? I think probably I wouldn't It's not at this level here. This is probably known. I wouldn't use that one as one of my questions. Then here's some details about making salat on the other prophets. It is expected to study everything you took, memorize all your hadiths. Any hadith, any ayah, you're supposed to memorize that. That's how you study for Mahed and Jami'ah. Any ayah, any hadith, you memorize that. Any lines of poetry, also, you memorize those verbatim. And if you can, the quotes, the verbatim quotes of scholars about something, memorize those. And your metin, of course, you memorize that. So what are you supposed to memorize? Metin and proofs. So that's ayat, hadiths, and aqwal, quotes. You want to memorize all of those. And abiyat, lines of poetry. Here, what about the meaning of al? This is interesting paragraph here about the meaning of al. I think someone should expect to be asked about this one because why? Because I would expect someone not to answer. I would expect someone not to get the answer right, so that's probably why I'm going to put it on the test. That's how I think about what I'm going to study. Yeah, and you try to study everything. But also, if you want to try to anticipate what's going to come on the test, then you for sure want to think, if he were to ask me this, would I know the answer? So if the answer is no, then expect that to be on the test. What is this book called that I am reading? Page 16 here. So far, the working title here seems to be شرح متن أبي الشجاع شرح متن أبي شجاع للهرري. The explanation of Matan Abi Shuja by Al-Harari. So maybe they're going to embellish that title, inshallah ta'ala. Or maybe they leave it that simple. Abu Shuja himself did not give a title to his book. That's why I like to call it Matnu Abi Shuja, the text of Abu Shuja, because he didn't give it a name. But some scholars named it. Okay. Then it says here, وَقَوْلُهُ وَصَحَابَتِهِ بِفَتْحِ الصَّادِ جَمْعُ الصَّاحِبِ بِمَعْنَى الصَّحَابِي وهو من لقي النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم عن طريق العادة مؤمنا به ومات على الإيمان فمن اجتمع بالرسول ليلة المعراج من الأنبياء لا يسمون صحابة لكونه على غير طريق العادة. And when he said وصحابته, his companions, with the fatha on the sad, صحابته, that's the plural of sahib. And sahib bimana as-sahabi. And sahib here means sahabi. Why I say sahib with the meaning of sahabi? Because, as I was told, as I heard from one of the sheikhs, you don't call someone who's not a companion of the Prophet a sahabi. You don't say about some people, these are my sahaba. Rather, you say, these are my ashab. And you say, those are the sahaba of the Prophet. And you reserve the word sahaba for them. I heard that from one sheikh. So, وَهُوَ مَنْ لَقِيَ النَّبِي, who's the sahabi? He is the one who met the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in a natural way, as a believer in him, and died upon faith. And so anyone who met with the messenger on the night of Al-Mi'raj amongst the prophets is not called, they are not called companions, because that was not in a natural way. Rather, that was in a supernatural way. Say that about Sahaba, yes. Uh, Perhaps you are aware, yeah, Abdul Qawi, that like, let's say in our culture, American, especially black Muslims, black American Muslims. So we have our own culture. And so we have our own talk. So somebody might say, so I don't know about other people, like, I don't know if you are like Bangladeshi, how you guys talk amongst each other, for example. But someone amongst us might say, oh yeah, those my Sahaba right there. So what I was told is, you don't say that, because rather you're going to reserve the word Sahaba for the Prophet's companions. Instead, you're going to say about your companions, you're going to say, those are my ashab. Ashab, not Sahaba. That's basically what I was saying. So then don't say about some person, he's my sahabi. Say he's sahibi, my friend, my companion. Inshallah, that's clear for you.
Yes, sir. But you started stop.
Ashab, yes. Ashab, where's the thing at? Ashab, with a sod and a ha. That's plural. If you want singular, say sahib. He is my sahib, not my sahabi or my sahaba. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, so here we are. قال القاضي أبو شجاع أحمد بن الحسين بن أحمد الأصفهاني رحمه الله تعالى, Judge Abu Shuja Ahmad ibn al-Hussein ibn Ahmad al-Asfahani, may Allah the Exalted have mercy upon him, said, I already read all this introduction to you at the beginning. Some of you came later. I'm not going to read it over now, but I read the whole thing here first, and then I started reading the Arabic. So the explanation, الشرح, أن هذه الجملة مما زاده الناسخ على أصل الكتاب. مما زاده الناسخ على أصل الكتاب. This sentence, this one, Judge Abu Shuja Ahmad ibn al-Hussein ibn Ahmad al-Asfahani, may Allah the Exalted have mercy upon him, this sentence is among what the scribe, one of the scribes in the chain of this book, added to the original book, meaning the author himself didn't say this sentence. وأبو شجاع هذا كان في القرن الخامس الهجري. This Abu Shuja was living in the 5th Hijri century. أيام سيدنا أحمد الرفاعي, in the days of Master Ahmad al-Rifa'i. قيل إنه عاش 160 سنة. It was said that he lived for 160 years. وحواسه سليمة, and his senses remained sound. سمعه وبصره وغير ذلك, his hearing, his sight, etc. ولم تتعطل حركته, and his ability to move did not uh, decrease يعني. فقال حفظناها في الصغر فحفظها الله في الكبر. He said, in explanation of how he was like that, we guarded them in youth, meaning from sin, and so Allah guarded them for us, and so Allah guarded them in old age, يعني for us. معناه أنا حفظت نفسي من المعاصي. It means I protected myself from the sins. حفظت عيني ورجلي وأذني ولساني. I protected my eye and my foot and my ear and my tongue. فحفظها الله لي, and so Allah protected them for me. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy on him, said. So you can follow in the English here. سألني بعض الأصدقاء حفظهم الله تعالى. One of my friends, may Allah have mercy on them, asked me أن أعمل مختصرا في الفقه على مذهب الإمام الشافعي, to make a summary in jurisprudence according to the school of Imam al-Shafi'i, rahmatullahi ta'ala alayhi wa ridwanuhu, may the mercy of Allah and his acceptance be upon him, في غاية الاختصار ونهاية الإيجاز, at the ultimate concision and the extent of brevity, meaning the ultimate summary, شديد الاختصار, as summarized as possible. ليقرب على المتعلم درسه ويسهل على المبتدئ حفظه. So that the learner's lesson will be closer and the beginner's memorization will be easier. But I will add for you that some explainers of Abu Shuja said that in some spots he was too brief. And they said in some spots he said too much. So not all of the explainers say that, but some of them say that, and that helps to understand the metan of Abu Shuja also. So you'll see some spots where he was long. And you'll see, if you learn, for example, Mukhtasar, you'll see some spots where he was too brief. You'd say, there's more than that. And some spots where he goes long, you'd say, that's pretty long for the ultimate summary. وأن أكثر فيه من التقسيمات وحصر الخصال. And he asked me to make many categories and to quantify the things. فأجبته إلى ذلك, and so I answered that. I responded to his request. طالبا للثواب, seeking the reward. راغبا إلى الله تعالى في التوفيق للصواب, hopeful that God, exalted is He, will give me the compliance to say what's correct. So we learned that means correct according to the Shafi'i school. إنه على ما يشاء قدير وبعباده لطيف خبير. Indeed, he is over whatever he wills, powerful, and of his slaves, he is merciful and all-knowing. And by the way, I heard that someone became a scholar just from studying the text of Abu Shuja. How are you going to become a scholar by studying the text of Abu Shuja? By taking it and then taking it again with more explanation and then taking it again with more explanation and then taking it again like that with more explanation. Like that, then you can amass the Shafi'i school off of Abu Shuja. But of course, there's bigger books. الشرح, the explanation. ذكر أبو شجاع رحمه الله هنا سبب تأليف هذا الكتاب. Here Abu Shuja mentioned the reason for his authoring this book. والمختصر مأخوذ من الاختصار. And the word مختصر, summary, is taken from the word اختصار, which means summarization. أي تقليل اللفظ وتكثير المعنى, which is minimal wording and uh, multiplication of meaning, minimal wording and multiplied meaning. والفقه هو العلم بالأحكام الشرعية العملية المكتسب من أدلتها التفصيلية. And fiqh, jurisprudence or law, it is the knowledge of legal, practical, or of practical legal rules. It is the knowledge of practical legal rules that are acquired, that knowledge that is acquired. It is the knowledge, the word knowledge is singular, of practical legal rules. Rules is plural. Acquired, this acquired is singular, so it means this knowledge is acquired. It is a knowledge of practical legal rules acquired, this knowledge acquired from the detailed proofs of those rules. This knowledge is acquired from the detailed proofs of those rules. Okay, I'll try to clarify what this means in few words, inshallah, and keep moving unless you need to ask me. What this means is there's a science called fiqh, law, if you want, or jurisprudence. What is it? It's a knowledge of rules. Rules. What rules? Practical rules. Practical rules means we're not talking about aqidah here, belief. We're not talking about lugha here, language. We're not talking about Sufism here or something else. So we're talking about practice. This includes worships and deals. Worships and deals. For us as Muslims, the law includes the worships. The law is not separated from the worships like how some kuffar say there's a separation between church and state. Our religion, our law is not a separation of church and state. Church means religion. Our law is a union of religion and legality. So, uh, fiqh is the knowledge of practical legal rules that covers worships and deals. This knowledge is acquired, meaning where do we get it from? Where is it acquired from? Where do you find it from? Where is it from? It is acquired from where the detailed proofs of those practical legal rules. From the detailed proofs of those practical legal rules. What are the detailed proofs? Means verses of the Quran that detail those rules. Hadiths of the Prophet that detail those rules. Didn't Allah tell us in the Quran, فَاغْسِلُوا وُجُوهَكُمْ وَأَيْدِيَكُمْ إِلَى الْمَرَافِقِ وَامْسَحُوا بِرُؤُوسِكُمْ وَأَرْجُلِكُمْ إِلَى الْكَعْبَيْنِ or وَأَرْجُلَكُمْ. Wash your faces, wash your hands to the elbows, wipe your heads, wash your feet to the ankles. So this is detailed rules. It details it for you. Didn't the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam say to the man who invalidated his prayer, إذا قمت إلى الصلاة فكبر ثم اقرأ ما تيسر معك من القرآن ثم ثم اركع حتى تطمئن راكعا ثم ارفع حتى تطمئن قائما ثم اسجد حتى تطمئن ساجدا ثم ارفع حتى تطمئن جالسا ثم اسجد حتى تطمئن ساجدا ثم افعل ذلك في صلاتك كلها. He said to the man, when you want to pray, فَاسْتَقْبِلِ الْقِبْلَةَ وَكَبِّرْ, face the Qibla and say Allahu Akbar. Then recite what is easy for you of the Quran. Then bow until you are tranquil. Then stand up until you are tranquil. Then prostrate until you are tranquil. Then sit up until you are tranquil. Then prostrate till you are tranquil. Then do that throughout all of your prayer. So here he detailed it for him. He listed it for him. This is the detailed proofs for the practical legal rules. So fiqh is the knowledge of the practical legal rules. This knowledge is acquired from the detailed proofs of these rules, these practical legal rules. فَمَنْ حَصَّلَ هَذَا الْفِقْهَ فَهُوَ الْفَقِيهُ. Whoever has harnessed this fiqh, who wields this fiqh, he is a faqih. The reason why I translated hasala that way, because he said he's faqih. So we're not gonna, faqih means something significant here. So I cannot translate hasala as something less than significant. So the one who has harnessed this fiqh and he wields it, he is the faqih. قال سيدنا عيسى عليه السلام في علماء هذه الأمة. Our master Jesus, may peace be upon him, said about the scholars of this nation, علماء حلماء علماء حلماء بررة أتقياء. Scholars, deliberate, as if deliberate masterminds, good and God-fearing. كأنهم من الفقه أنبياء. They are as if they are from the fiqh, prophets. Something big. رواه الخطيب وأبو نعيم في الحلية. Al-Khatib and Abu Nu'aym narrated this. Al-Khatib narrated this. And so did Abu Nu'aym in Al-Hilyah. معناه لشدة تمكنهم في الفقه What this means is that because of the intensity of their firmness in law and legal rules, وعلم أحكام الدين, and yes, شبههم بالأنبياء, he likened them to or compared them to the prophets. وليس معناه أنهم يساوون الأنبياء في الدرجة, and it does not mean that they are equal to the prophets in rank. Only because this is one of the good brothers. Barakallahu fikum. Sorry for that. There. Bismillah. Nah, I had to. So, uh, وليس معناه أنهم يساوون الأنبياء في الدرجة. This hadith doesn't mean that they are equal to the prophets in rank. No, it doesn't. وأما المذهب الشافعي فهو مذهب الإمام المجتهد أبي عبد الله محمد بن إدريس الشافعي. As for the madhab, the school or the legal school, the law school of Shafi'i, it is the school of the Mujtahid Imam. So I won't explain what Mujtahid means now. Abu Abdullah Muhammad ibn Idris al-Shafi'i. نسبة إلى جد من أجداده اسمه شافع بن السائب. He's called a Shafi'i, this Imam, because of being attributed to one of his grandfathers, whose name is Shafir. Shafir, the son of As-Sa'ib. ولد لشاف ولد الشافعي رضي الله عنه في سنة 150. الشافعي was born in the year 150 وتوفي سنة 204, and he passed away in the year 204, so he was 54 years old. Young man still, and he was one of the most knowledgeable humans that Allah ever created at the age of 54. قال فيه الإمام أحمد بن حنبل الشافعي كالشمس للناس والعافية للبدن. Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal said, Ash-Shafi'i is like the sun for the people and remedy for the body. انتهى. Like medicine he is. لأنه استفاد منه كثيرا. He said that because he benefited from him a lot. وتأخرت وفاته عن وفاة الشافعي بنحو 30 سنة. And he died about 30 years after Ash-Shafi'i died. رحمهم الله تعالى. والثواب هو الجزاء الذي يجزيه الله المؤمن في الآخرة على العمل الصالح مما يسره. And the thawab, the reward, is the compensation that Allah pays to the believer in the afterlife for the righteous deed, and this payment pleases the believer. وَالتَّوْفِيقُ هُوَ خَلْقُ قُدْرَةِ طَاعَةٍ. And the tawfiq, which I translated as compliance, it is the creation of it is creating the power to obey. وَيُقَابِلُهُ الْخِذْلَانِ. And contrary to it is the khidlan, the forsaking. One would then be God forsaken. This means Allah creates in him the power to do evil. فمن خلق الله فيه قدرة الطاعة يقال له موفق. Anyone in whom God created the power of obedience is called موفق, يعني made to comply. ومن خلق الله فيه قدرة المعصية يقال له مخذول. And the one in whom Allah created the power of sin, he is called مخذول, forsaken or God forsaken. وليس معنى التوفيق مرادفا 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 sorry had a وهم there. وليس معنى التوفيق مرادفا للإعانة لأن الله تعالى يعين العباد على الخير والشر. And التوفيق, this God-given compliance, is not a synonym for empowering, mere empowering. لأن الله تعالى يعين العباد على الخير والشر, because Allah Ta'ala empowers the slaves to do good or evil. كما ذكر ذلك الإمام ابن فورك في جمعه لمقالات الأشعري, just as Imam Ibn Furak mentioned in his compilation of the statements of Al-Ash'ari. والصواب خلاف الغلط, and what's correct. Remember, we are explaining the words in the metin. So what are we saying here? He says the thawab here says he was hoping for seeking the reward. What does reward mean? We just defined it. What tawfiq? Compliance, and mentioning what is compliance. What does this compliance mean? We gave it a capital C. We just explained it. Wasawab, to say what is correct. What does correct mean? Wasawabu khilaful ghalat. Correct is what's contrary to mistaken. Wal qadir, what does powerful mean? He has power. Wal qadir al muttasifu bil qudrati tammah. The qadir means the one who has the perfect power. وهي صفة أزلية أبدية يؤثر الله بها في الممكنات. That is an eternal everlasting attribute of Allah by which Allah affects the possibilities. ومعناه القادر. So all this talk, you heard it before. It all has explanation by which Allah affects the possibilities. So, Yani, if you have been studying, then you know what that means. And now I'm not stopping to unravel it. So, when those things that have that explanation, all that explanation, are not being explained, and they are mentioned in passing, and they are mentioned by mere name, like we're doing now, then that means you are going to another level. Because those things that we stop on, we would stop on them to unravel them. We're not stopping on them to unravel them. And they are being passed off on you as if you took them before, except for anything that's new. So, what did we just say here? وهي صفة أزلية أبدية يؤثر الله بها في الممكنات. It is an eternal, everlasting attribute by which Allah affects the possibilities. So that deserves, that talk by which Allah affects the possibilities, that talk is deserving of being explained and unraveled. We're not going to now, though. When I say that talk is deserving of being explained, this is what some scholars meant when they said that clarifying does not only pertain to what is unclear. Clarifying also pertains to what is clear. You can take something that's clear and clarify it further. So now what we are not doing, we are not clarifying further. Some things, hopefully they are clear though. But if you have a question, go ahead and ask. وَبِمَعْنَاهُ الْقَادِرُ, and what has the same meaning as Al-Qadir, the one who is powerful, is Al-Qadir. معناه المتصف بالقدرة. That means the one who is attributed with power. والقدير معناه المتصف بالقدرة التامة. But the name Al-Qadir means the one who is attributed with perfect power. وَاللَّطِيفُ الرَّحِيمُ. And Al-Latif, which means here, he is merciful, he is Latif. Al-Latif means Ar-Rahim, the one who is merciful. And Al-Khabir, that means all-knowing, he is knowledgeable. Al-Khabir means Al-Alimu bil-Khafiyat, the one who knows the obscurities. Kitab al-Tahara, the book of purity, or the book of purification, purification. Someone did convince me that purification is better than purity here. Kitab al-Tahara. So let me read first here, and then we'll explain. So, the book of purification, the waters by which purification is permissible are seven: the water of the sky, sea water, river water, well water, spring water, snow water, and hail water. Furthermore, the waters are of four categories: pure, purifying water that is not disliked, and that is plain water; pure, purifying water that is disliked, which is the sun heated water. Quick benefit for you here, parentheses for you here. Don't get confused here. Sun heated water is still plain water. Sun heated water is still plain water. So, not all plain water is sun heated water, but sun heated water is plain water. Just for your clarity there. Don't think sun heated. The way he separated those could give you the impression that sun heated water is not plain water. It is. I don't recall that Sheikh's going to mention that here, but alhamdulillah, from taking different explanations of Abu Shuja, then and also other things, then we can add some things like that. So he says, for the second kind, pure, purifying water that is disliked, which is the sun heated water; pure water that is not purifying, which is the used water, or water changed by pure materials that blended with it. So what that means here, pure water that is not purifying has two categories. Pure water that is not purifying has two categories. We can bold here. Pure purifying water that is disliked. We can bold that here. Pure water that is not disliked. We can bold that here. And najis filthy water. And we can bold that. Which is the water in which najis filth has dwelled while it was less than 2 kullas. Or it was 2 kullas, but it changed. 2 kullas are approximately 500 Baghdadi riddles, according to what is most correct. Okay. So let's read the explanation. So the author says, Kitab al-Tahara, the book of purification. At-Taharatu lughatan an-nadhafa. Linguistically, Tahara, purification, means cleanliness. ورفع الأدناس الحسية والمعنوية, and lifting dirt, the dirts, that's plural, the dirty things, physical and abstract, physical dirt and abstract dirt. فالحسية كإزالة نجس. The physical is like the removal of filth. والمعنوية كالتنزه عن العيوب. And the figurative is the figurative pure the physical purification is like removing filth, and the abstract purification is like clearing oneself of the personal defects like envy, insincerity, conceit, etc., arrogance. وشرعا فعل ما يستباح به الصلاة. Religiously, it is. So we're up here. We are explaining here the word tahara, purification. وشرعا, religiously, it is فعل ما يستباح به الصلاة. It is the act. It is the act that it is doing what permits prayer. Legally, shar'an, legally, it is doing what permits prayer, what legalizes prayer. So what that means to do something that legalizes prayer, that means that prayer is illegal without accessing it properly. Without accessing it, it is illegal. And this will help you to explain to some person that you're teaching how to pray, actually not that one, but the one who's watching you, why you can't put your forehead down on the ground. You're teaching a person how to pray. He's new Muslim. And you're saying, okay, when you bow, you do like this. When you prostrate, you do like this. Why you cannot put your forehead down on the ground to demonstrate? So just demonstrate, almost say, I'm not going to put my head down because I'm not praying. So it goes like that. You'll see when we pray. Why you can't just demonstrate and put your head down? Because you don't have access. In order to do that, you need to have wudu and face the qibla and make the takbir with the right intention. Then you can engage in that activity. So legally, purification is doing what permits prayer. فيدخل في ذلك الوضوء وإزالة النجاسة والغسل عن الجنابة والحيض والنفاس والتيمم وغير ذلك. So included in that is. So in this one sentence, the Sheikh gives us most of purification right here. This now got most of your purification. He says, so what's included in that definition? Doing what permits prayer, wudu, removing filth, ghusl from sexual impurity and from menses and from postpartum bleeding, and tayammum, and other than that. But that's the bulk of your tahara right there. Wudu, that's most frequent one. Ghusl, izalatun najasa, removing filth, that includes istinja, as well as other things like removing dog filth and pig filth. Tayammum, that's what you do when you can't use water or find water. So right there, that's your purification. Take that big picture there. And you're gonna, under this big picture here, you're gonna funnel all your details so that you can have a big picture of the book of purification. That's how you want to complete the knowledge. And you want to be able to see it from all directions. Back, forth, up, down, side to side. So complete the chapters. وهي تنقسم إلى واجبة كالطهارة من الحدث ومستحبة كتجديد الوضوء والاغتسالات المسنونة. And purification, we're still explaining the word purification here. And purification is divided into obligatory, like purification from the impurity, and recommended, like refreshing your wudu and sunnah ghusls. Refreshing your wudu and sunnah ghusls. Maybe you don't know what refreshing wudu means, but I'm assuming you do. I'm going to keep going. But if you want to ask, you can, because we're reviewing right now. But I want to comment. This paragraph is beautiful. It is, Yani, it is light, it is concise, and it really does, for one who knows, it shows how much of an expert the Sheikh is. Because of how much he condensed into this paragraph. If we want to stop to pull it apart, we can stop here and we can spend the next hour and a half just pulling apart this paragraph. I want to be clear so you understand my translation. When I say refreshing wudu, I mean you didn't break your wudu. You didn't break the first one. So I'm going to call that refreshing wudu, tajdeed. I'm not going to say renewing. I'm going to say refreshing. Okay. والطهارة من الحدث عند الإمام الشافعي رضي الله عنه أمر تعبدي. Purification from hadath, that's religious impurity. We're going to call hadath impurity. So make sure we have all our words. We are in agreement with our words. And if you have any question or concern about any words, feel free, please, to make your suggestion or ask your question. So we're going to say for the word hadath, we're going to say impurity. For the word najas, we're going to say filth. You know what hadath is? The hadath is the religious judgment of your organs. Religious judgment, that means not physical. The hadath doesn't have any physical trace. The hadath that's in your face, the hadath that's in your forearms, the hadath that's in your head, yani the impurity in your face, the impurity in your forearms, the impurity in your head, the impurity in your feet, has no has no physical trace. We're going to call that impurity. It is a religious judgment, not physical. So, والطهارة من الحدث عند الإمام الشافعي رضي الله عنه أمر تعبدي. Purification from impurity, according to Imam al-Shafi'i, may Allah accept from him, is amrun ta'abbudi. So someone might translate that as a religious matter. And someone maybe could say strictly religious. When I say strictly here, it means has nothing to do with our minds. Has nothing to do with our minds. Strictly religious. Or I like to say is a matter of slavery, servitude to the Lord. Is a matter of religious servitude. Amrun ta'abbudi. فَتَلْزَمُ النِّيَّةُ عِنْدَهُ. And therefore, since it is a matter of religious enslavement, since this purity from impurity, purification from purity is a matter of religious enslavement or religious servitude, then it is something for which the intention is binding. So intention is binding for it, according to Ash-Shafi'i. Yani, it's not going to work without an intention. It won't be valid without an intention. أما في إزالة النجاسة عن الثياب مثلا فلا تلزم النية. As for the removal of filth from clothing, for example, for it an intention is non-binding. Therefore, a kafir can clean your najasa. It will be valid. If a kafir made istinja, yani, he removed the filth. Doesn't need an intention. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, so here, in this portion of the explanation, what the Shaykh did not explain, he did not explain the meaning of the word kitab. And he knows how to do that. And yani, it's unlikely that he didn't realize that when you're dealing with someone like Sheikh Abdullah. Then when you notice what he didn't say, you should reckon that he probably didn't say it on purpose. Deliberately didn't say it. That's how you don't sleep on someone of such a status. You don't say like some people, oh, why you didn't say that? No, you say, man, for sure, he knows what he's doing. Someone like him, he knows what he's doing. And he knows what he's not doing. So perhaps your teacher who's teaching you this will give you side notes and explain what kitab means. Which, if you can see all my writing here, you can see looks like that happened here. كتب يكتب كتبا وكتابا وكتابة. All this talk about kitab, but I am, for you, brothers and sisters, I'm just going to stick to what's here. And all my extra notes here, I'm going to have to take care of that myself, inshallah, on the side. So he didn't explain kitab, which we translated as book. The book of purification. Then he went on to start explaining the method. So he said, قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. المياه التي يجوز بها التطهير سبع مياه. The waters by which purification or purifying, the waters by which purification is permissible. So purification here means purifying. تطهير. I want to translate it that way. تطهير, purifying. The waters by which purifying is permissible are 7 waters. Yes. الشرح, the explanation. المياه جمع ماء. Sorry. المياه جمع ماء. So the word miyah that's in the Arabic is the plural of the word ma. So miyah means waters. That's why there is an S there. Miyah is the plural of ma. Water. Waters is the plural of water. وهي من حيث الأنواع التي يجوز بها التطهير 7. They are those waters from the perspective of the types by which purifying is permissible. 7. They are 7 in number. أما من حيث الحكم, but from the perspective of rule, meaning judgment. فهي أربعة أقسام. It has, the waters are 4 divisions. كما سيذكر المؤلف, like the author shall mention. فالمؤلف قسم المياه إلى 7 أقسام باعتبار النوع. And so the author, he divided the waters into 7 categories by giving regard to their type. What does type mean here, though? Type here means whatever is the second word that you are attaching to the word water. Whatever is the second word that you are attaching to the word water. So when you say sky water, sea water, river water, like that. Otherwise, it's all one kind. What we say is that the case of water is not like the case of things that have species. Yani, we are saying there's not different species of water. Here, these 7 types of water are not really species of water. Like you could have, for example, 7 types of cats. You could have 7 types of dates. I don't know how many types of dates there are. I think there's more than 7. Like that, you can have 7 types of this or 7 types of that. We're saying 7 types of water. Are there really 7 types? Like if I take the word type out and put species there, are there 7 species of water? So no, there's not. So what does it mean then? It means only considering the second word that you are attaching to the word water. That's how we are differentiating between one category and the other. فالمؤلف قسم المياه إلى 7 أقسام باعتبار النوع وقسم المياه إلى أربعة باعتبار الحكم. And he categorized the water into 4 by giving regard to its judgment, the judgment of the water. Meaning any one of these 7 could have any one of these 4 judgments. Any one of these 7 could have any one of these 4 judgments. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, ماء السماء, the water of the sky. or if you want, sky water. الشرح, the explanation. أن من المياه التي يجوز تطهير بكل واحدة منها ماء السماء. The explanation is that amongst the waters by which it is permissible to do purifying by them, by any one of them, is sky water. And also here, the Sheikh, unless it's going to come, I'm reviewing with you now, unless it's going to come, the Sheikh also did not draw attention to the word yajuz, permissible, here, unless he skipped it for now and he's going to come back to it. So what does permissible mean here? Means valid. The waters by which purifying is valid are 7. But literally in religion, valid and permissible are not the same. Valid and permissible are not the same. It's possible that something is valid and haram. So, what you have, brothers and sisters, is that uh, some scholars, they're called muhaqqiqun. Muhaqqiqun. And, yani, if you would allow me to use this word, what do? They nitpick. They nitpick. That means they pull apart everything and they criticize and they comment. So when the scholar is like that, then I'm not saying Abu Shuja is not a muhaqqiq, but when someone is like very much committed to being a muhaqqiq all the time, then he won't say like this here, the waters by which purifying is permissible. Because it's not the most exact word to put there. Most exact word to put there is valid. So, so he says, لِقَوْلِهِ ta'ala, the evidence for that the sky water is permissible for purifying is what God said, Azza wa Jal, وَيُنَزِّلُ عَلَيْكُم مِّنَ السَّمَاءِ مَاءً لِيُطَهِّرَكُم بِهِ. And he brings down upon you from the sky water, so to purify you with it. وَقَوْلِهِ أَيْضًا, and also because God said, وَأَنزَلْنَا مِنَ السَّمَاءِ مَاءً طَهُورًا. And we bring down from the sky purifying water. وَالْمَقْصُودُ بِطَهُورًا الطاهر المطهر. And what's meant by the Arabic word tahur, that I translated as purifying, is what is pure and purifying. Pure and purifying. So this is a review here. When I say right now pure and purifying, that deserves to be unraveled. But I'm going to keep going, and inshallah, you know what pure and purifying means. So just keep that on your checklist clear for you. But if you want to ask, you can. وابتدأ المؤلف بماء السماء لشرفها على الأرض. And the author started by mentioning the sky water because of the sky's merit over the earth. Because of the merit of the sky over the earth. Yani, because the sky is better than the earth. That's a broad statement, though. This statement that the sky has a merit over the earth does not include the earth that encloses the body of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The earth that encloses the body of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is greater than the whole sky. But that's nice benefit out of the explanations of Abu Shuja. I've only seen a few. I can't, I don't know what's in all of them. But it's the only one that I saw, unless I've saw it and forgot, that mentions why he started with the sky water. So that's a nice benefit. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَمَاءُ الْبَحْرِ, and water of the sea, yani sea water. الشرح هو المالح, the explanation is that that's the salt water. فتصح به الطهارة على أقسامها, and so purification in all of its categories is valid. It's nice that تصح, valid by that, by the salt water. بحديث رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم وهو الطهور هو الطهور ماؤه الحل ميتته. He said about the sea, the salt water. Purifying is its water, and legal is its carcass. Purifying is its water, and legal is its carcass. What's it? The sea. Its water, the sea's water is purifying, and the sea's carcass is lawful to eat without a slaughter. رواه أبو داود وصححه البخاري والترمذي وابن حبان وغيرهم. Abu Dawood narrated that, and Al-Bukhari authenticated it. That's interesting. Way it's worded there. And At-Tirmidhi and Ibn Hibban and others. وصححه البخاري والترمذي وابن حبان and others. Yani, I don't know if the Shaykh mentioned these hadith scholars in this order for a reason. If there is a particular knowledge behind this sentence. رواه أبو داود وصححه البخاري والترمذي وابن حبان وغيرهم. Yani, I could take away from this that he's saying Abu Dawood narrated this hadith without authenticating it. And Al-Bukhari and At-Tirmidhi and Ibn Hibban and others, they narrated it authenticating it. وَسُمِّيَ بَحْرًا لِعُمْقِهِ وَاتِّسَاعِهِ, and the sea is called in Arabic Bahr, or the ocean is called in Arabic Bahr, because of its depth and width. Because of its depth and width. That's a nice benefit too. Okay. قال المؤلف, so what do you have to do for the tests? You have to study your proofs. There's a hadith. If this were a book you were studying, you have to anticipate the hadith's going to come. Any proof, you have to memorize it. And if it's hadith, also you need to memorize who narrated it. And now, do you have to memorize all of the narrators? Or if you mention one of the narrators your teacher will accept, you need to know your own teacher. Maybe you have teachers so strict that he's going to say, well, you didn't, only Abu Dawood, what happened to Bukhari, Tirmidhi, Ibn Hibban, and others. So, if you want to get that maximum grade, then you're going to memorize all of that. قال المؤلف رحمه الله وماء النهر, and river water. الشرح, the explanation. هو الحلو, that's the, حلو means sweet. They usually say in English fresh. That's the fresh water. ودليله الشرعي الإجماع, and its legal evidence is the consensus. Yes. So I probably would ask that question right there. So I'd say in a test here, what is the evidence for the legality or for the validity of river water? So then you're going to tell me the consensus. ويسمى النهر بحرا ويما كنهر النيل. And the river in Arabic can also be called a bahr, and it can also be called yam. So bahr is the sea, the yam also is the sea or the ocean. Kanahri Nil, like the Nile River. You can call it a bahr and you can call it a yam, a sea, because it's so wide and so deep. An enormous river that is. Yani, when it says here, you can call a river a bahr or a yam, that's also broad statement. It has qaid, has restriction, which is if it's wide and deep. You can call a river a bahr or a yam if it's wide and deep. قال المؤلف رحمه الله وماء البئر, well water. الشرح, the explanation. دليله حديث سهل, its proof is the hadith of Sahl رضي الله عنه, may Allah accept from him. قالوا يا رسول الله إنك تتوضأ من بئر بضاعة. Sahl said that they said, O Messenger of Allah, you make wudu from the well of Budah. وهي بئر قديمة وهي بئر قديمة بالمدينة. So that's an old well in Medina. يطرح فيها ما ينجي الناس والمحايض والمحايض والجنوب. They said to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the people throw their toilet tissue in there and maxi pads, and those who are sexually impure bathe there. So that's updated translation for you. They throw their toilet tissue in there and their menses pads, and those who are sexually impure bathe there. You make wudu from there, O Messenger of Allah? قال إن الماء طهور لا ينجسه شيء. He said, indeed, this water is purifying, tahur. Nothing contaminates it. Nothing filthies it. Nothing makes it filthy. What does that mean, though? Nothing makes it filthy? That means according, though, to the rules that you've learned. Meaning, as long as the najis didn't change it, the rule applies here. As long as the najasa didn't make it change. Rawahu al-Bayhaqi. Al-Bayhaqi narrated that. Now, and also, if you are taking a test, would your teacher bring all the proofs, ask you about all the proofs? Also depends on his goal. Because what's a more primary goal is to make sure that you understood the rules. But the thing is, depends on your book. You're taking a beginner's book, let's say Summary of Obligatory Knowledge, let's say it was Lucid Word or Al-Qawl al-Jali. It's not loaded with hadiths and ayats, just rules. So you're going to study the rules. And every now and then comes a hadith, comes an ayat, and then you might get asked about it. Or because you're on a basic level, you might only be asked about the rules that are there. And the sheikh doesn't even concern your test with any proofs that are there. But ideally, originally, you expect to be asked anything that's in the book and anything that the teacher said. If you become accustomed to your teacher's style, then you can adjust your study style. Like one sheikh I got used to his style. He was so easy. So, yeah, studying for him was easy. Because I got to know how he does, so I knew what to do for him. So, رواه البيهقي. البيهقي narrated that ورواه أبو داود وحسنه الترمذي وصححه الإمام أحمد وغيره من حديث أبي سعيد الخدري. And also Abu Dawood narrated that, and At-Tirmidhi deemed it as a fair hadith, and Imam Ahmad deemed it as a sound hadith, as well as others from the hadith of Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. قال المؤلف رحمه الله وماء العين. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, and spring water. الشرح ذلك لأن أصل النهر من العين. The explanation is that this is because the source of the river is the spring. So it means if the river is legal, then the spring must be legal. وهو المكان الذي يخرج منه الماء. And what is a spring? A spring is the place from which the water emerges. The spring is the place from which the water emerges. What's the difference between the spring and the well? For the well, the water does not emerge. So for the well, you're going to tap into the ground to get the water from out of the ground. The spring comes out of the ground. Or comes out of the wall, for example, like out of a mountain, for example. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وماء الثلج وماء البرد. Snow water and hail water. So this is amongst the spots where some of the explainers of Abu Shuja said that he was not brief enough, because snow water and hail water are sky water. So it is becoming of the ultimate summary not to be repetitive. الشرح, the explanation, ذلك لأنهما من ماء السماء. That is because, why those waters are purifying, because they are from sky water. They are made from sky water. والمراد بهما الماء الحاصل بعد ذوبان الثلج والبرد. And what's meant by this is the water that is acquired by melting the snow and the hail. أما الثلج نفسه والبرد نفسه قبل الذوبان. As for the snow and the hail themselves before melting, فلا يصح التطهير بهما. Purifying by them is not valid. So that might answer a question for some of you who studied text of Abu Shuja. Is he saying that I could rub the snow on my head and it's valid? No. He means if you melt it. والأصل فيهما حديث أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه. The source of those two, the snow and hail water, is the hadith of Abu Hurairah, may Allah accept from him. واسمه عبد الرحمن بن صخر على الأصح. And his name, Shaykh gives us another benefit, is Abdul Rahman, Abu Hurairah, the famous Abu Hurairah. I saw him in a dream once, rahimahullah. He had a nice smile. And he had, in my dream, he was wearing, I might call it like Pakistani kufi, Pakistani hat. You know how they have that one, you can roll it up? So it has like a brim, because you can roll it up. He had like that in my dream. والأصل فيهما حديث أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه. The source of that is the hadith of Abu Hurairah, may Allah accept from him. واسمه عبد الرحمن ibn Sakhr. His name is Abdul Rahman ibn Sakhr. Now, I don't expect that the Shaykh would ask us in the test, what is the name of Abu Hurairah? But it's only going to take one time for a Shaykh to put a question like that in the test for me to know that he ain't playing no games. You need to know every single thing. على الأصح. So like if I were slacking in my study, maybe I won't take the time to memorize the name of Abu Hurairah for the test. Talk about for the test. You can study and memorize for your own sake, which is great. And also, when you study and memorize on your own time, at your own pace, for your own personal interests, not trying to keep up for a test, probably is going to stick in your heart more, especially if you're consistent. But don't look down on studying for the test because it pushes you. Because you don't want to get a C, let alone an F. And subhanAllah, one of the things that I benefited from studying with our sheikhs is that they don't have a D. This, for me, raised my own standards of education. So I know that our sheikhs have high standard of education. What do they have? A, B, C, F. That's it. Unless they added D since I've been gone. I hope they didn't. So me too, I adapted that. I don't do D. I adopted that. And I don't want to get a C. They haven't. Alhamdulillah. When I was a kid, there was even an E. If you didn't know, if maybe you wondered, where's E? There used to be E. E was good as an F, so it made sense when they got rid of it. It took them long enough. If you got an E, it's just like getting an F, subhanAllah. So anyway, where are we here? Yes. So the source of this is from the hadith of Abu Hurairah, and his name is Abdul Rahman ibn Sakhr. Abdul Rahman ibn Sakhr. Abdul Rahman ibn Sakhr. Al Asah, according to us soundest. And what's the lesson you're going to take here? Abu Hurairah is so famous, and maybe we don't even know what his name is. Possibly we don't know his real name. Subhanallah. قال كان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم إذا كبر في الصلاة سكت هنينة. He said, the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, when he would say the takbir in the prayer, he would be silent for a moment, like to say, he would pause for a moment, قبل أن يقرأ, before reciting. So sakata here doesn't mean he's not saying anything. It means not audible. Sakata means he would be not saying something audibly. قبل أن يقرأ, before reciting. فقلت يا رسول الله, and so I said, O Messenger of Allah, ما تقول, what do you say? قال, he said, أقول, I say, اللهم باعد بيني وبين خطاياي كما باعدت بين المشرق والمغرب. اللهم نقني من خطاياي كما ينقى الثوب الأبيض من الدنس. اللهم اغسل خطاياي بالماء والثلج والبرد. اللهم آمين. It means, oh Allah, make distance between me and my sins. Like you put distance, or put distance between me and my sins, like you put distance between the east and the west. Oh Allah, clean me from my sins, just as a white cloth is cleaned from dirt. Oh Allah, wash my sins by the water and the snow and the hail. رواه البخاري ومسلم وغيرهما. That's narrated by Al-Bukhari, Muslim, and others. ولم يذكر المؤلف الماء الذي نبع من بين أصابع النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم. And the author, Abu Shuja, rahimahullah, did not mention here the water that sprang from between the fingers of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. فهو طهور تتوضأ منه الصحابة وشربوا. It is purifying, and the companions made wudu from it, and they drank it. Yes, and this detail is something mentioned in some of the explanations of Abu Shuja, that Abu Shuja didn't mention this. And also in other books other than Abu Shuja, when they don't mention this as a category of purifying water, the scholars draw attention to that. That is a category. And why don't they mention it? Because it is not available. It's not present anymore. As is the case of all of the Prophet's miracles except the Quran. All of his miracles have dissipated, and anything that went out of nature went back to being natural, and the only remaining miracle is the Quran. وأفضل المياه ماء قد oh sorry قال بعض الفقهاء, some jurists said, وأفضل المياه ماء قد نبع بين أصابع النبي المتب sorry وأفضل المياه ماء قد نبع بين أصابع النبي المتبع. Don't let me slip if you catch me make some mistakes like that too, please. He said, that jurist said in this line of poetry, and that's Tajuddin Asubki. So the Sheikh mentioned for us, who is that scholar? So what do you ask us? Who's the scholar? What's the name of the scholar who said the line of poetry, and what is this poetry to? So I'm going to say, oh, this Sheikh's so, mashallah, tough in his tests. This one came. The meaning of the line of poetry is, the best of waters is water that sprang between the fingers of the prophet, of the followed prophet. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, ثم المياه على أربعة أقسام طاهر مطهر غير مكروه وهو الماء المطلق. Furthermore, the waters are of four categories. Pure, purifying water that is not disliked, and that is plain water. So now all of this is being explained. الشرح, the explanation. قسم المؤلف المياه إلى أربعة أقسام. The author divided the waters into four categories. باعتبار الحكم, by regarding their judgment. وأول هذه الأقسام الماء الطاهر في نفسه. The first of these categories is water that is pure in itself. أي غير النجس, meaning it is not filth. Al-mutahhiru li ghayri, and it is purifying for something else. أي الذي يرفع الحدث ويزيل النجس, meaning it is that water which lifts impurity and removes filth. So also, we have agreed here we're going to use the words impurity for hadath and filth for najas, and we're also going to use the word lift for removing the impurity. We're going to say lift the impurity, and we're going to use the word remove for the filth. So we're going to say remove the filth, lift the impurity, and remove the filth. Although, had I switched it around, still going to be really the same. But that's how, inshallah, I'm going to say it, so you know. Because in Arabic they say raf'ul hadath, rafa', they use the word rafa', lifting, raf'ul hadath, lifting the impurity, and they say izalatul najas, so izala, removal of filth. So I'm going to put it that way out of servicing the established terminology. فَالطَّاهِرُ قِسْمَانِ, and so what is pure is of two categories. مطهر لغيره وغير مطهر وغير مطهر لغيره. What are the two categories of pure water? Pure means not filthy. Not filthy water could be purifying of something else or not purifying of something else. So, again, all of that uh, is deserving of being unraveled, but now we're just reviewing. So if what that means is clear for you, then that's good. But if you need to ask, feel free. But definitely don't let information pass you that you don't understand. I do not accept for you to be sitting here not understanding something without asking. والمطهر لغيره قسمان أيضا. And what is purifying of something else is also two categories. من جهة أخرى, from another perspective. مكروه استعماله وغير مكروه استعماله. What is disliked to use and what is not disliked to use. فالطاهر المطهر هو الماء المطلق. So hold on, before we go further, let me draw something here. So he told us right here, pure, just pure water is two categories. So I'm going to put here P for pure. Pure water, not purifying. Pure water is two categories. Purifying something else and not purifying something else. So purifying something else, I'll put two P's. PP, yani pure and purifying. Pure and purifying. So that's purifying something else. And there's pure, I'll put N here, not purifying. It's hard to write with the mouse like this. Or else I'd spell it out better. So pure water is pure and purifying sometimes, and pure but not purifying sometimes. Okay. فالطاهر قسمان مطهر لغيره وغير مطهر لغيره والمطهر لغيره قسمان أيضا. Now here, this one that's pure and purifying also has two categories. What are its two categories? مكروه استعماله, disliked, I'll just put an X there. Disliked, it's pure and purifying, but better not to use it. وغير مكروه استعماله, and not disliked, I'll put a check there. Not check, not disliked to use. So like this, I would expect to come on a test. I don't know how would the Sheikh word that so to achieve this answer here, to achieve this breakdown, not to draw it out though, to write it out for the student who's answering to write it out. But these visuals really help when you study, at least for me. It's much easier for my mind to take a picture like this than the words. Then like this easy to stay in my mind. So pure water is what? Sometimes pure and purifying, sometimes pure but not purifying. Inshallah, that's clear for you. When it is pure and purifying, that's two categories. Because sometimes makruh, sometimes not makruh. That's clear for you, especially if you've taken Abu Shuja before. So he says, Rahimahullah, وهو ما بقي على صفته أي خلقته الأصلية. And it, the pure purifying water, we are still explaining that. It, the pure purifying water, is defined as that which, yani that water which remained upon its original qualities or quality, meaning its original creation, meaning it did not change. Meaning, however Allah created it, then that's fine for purification. How does it smell? How does it taste? Yani, what's its color? As long as it's water, and that's how Allah created it, then it's fine. Question: can you give an example of the not pure and purifying water? Pure water that's not pure and purifying. Yeah, it's coming. It's gonna come, inshallah. So I'll save it for then in a few minutes, inshallah. Ameen wa fiq. Okay. Barakallahu fiq. So, and it's clear for you, brothers and sisters. If you were giving this, you're gonna go way slower. You're gonna talk to some person, teach him, make sure he understands. أو لأنه يطلق عليه اسم الماء بلا إضافة أي بلا قيد بخلاف الماء المقيد. Or another way to define, what did I say? This is the definition of pure purifying water? No, not the definition of pure purifying water. Let me back up. So, what did we say? Pure water is pure and purifying sometimes, and pure but not purifying sometimes. When is pure and purifying? Sometimes it's disliked, sometimes it's not disliked. Okay. فَالطَّاهِرُ الْمُطَهِّرُ, the one that's pure and purifying, هو الماء المطلق. That's the plain water. Plain water. Now this is the one that I should be defining. Defining plain water. So that's test question potentially. ما هو الماء المطلق? Or عرف الماء المطلق. Define plain water. وهو ما بقي على صفته أي خلقته الأصلية. So how you might answer that? You might say just this much. وهو ما بقي على صفته. It is that which remained according to its quality. That should be enough. Because when it says A, it means meaning. So that should be enough. أي خلقته الأصلية. But if you are a zealous one, not lazy, and you want to write everything you memorize, and you said, man, I spent the time to memorize all this, I'm going to write it too. So then you're going to say, وهو ما بقي على صفته أي خلقته الأصلية. So that's a definition of plain water, that which remained upon its original creation. Or, another way to define plain water is أو لأنه يطلق عليه اسم الماء. It is that which you can call water بلا إضافة, without annexing a second word to it. أي بلا قيد, meaning without a restriction. بخلاف الماء المقيد, as opposed to some liquid that might be called water under a restriction. أي الذي لا يطلق عليه اسم الماء, meaning some liquid that you don't use for it the mere name of water. إلا بقيد, not unless it has a restriction to it. فلا يسمى مطلقا, it won't be called plain. مثل ماء الورد, like rose water. Or I'll give you an example from English language, like uh, they would say the woman's water broke. That pregnant woman, her water broke. So you called it water. Is that plain water? No, you can't call it water really. So it has a qaid, it has a restriction that's known, which is that this is a figure of speech. Or you might say that sick person can't hold his water. So what does water mean there? It means the urine. So those are examples just from English language. We are saying whenever something can't be really called water in a literal sense without adding an extra word, and also without it being a figure of speech, then it's not plain water. Here, the Sheikh, he said the plain water plain water is the water that is as it was originally created, or it's the water that you can call it water only without annexing a second word to it. That's what it means. Bila idafa. Without annexing a second word to it. A bila qayd. بخلاف الماء المقيد. When he says meaning without restriction, he says without idafa, idafa means without annexing a second word to it. And then he explained further, meaning bila qayd, without a restriction. The word qayd here includes also figure of speech. Bila qayd, because figure of speech here is going to be like a restriction. So figure of speech is like the examples I gave you. Her water broke. We know it's not real water. So that has a qayd. Or you say he can't hold his water. So we know that's not real water. That has a qayd, even though it does not have a second word attached to it. أي الذي لا يطلق عليه اسم الماء إلا بقيد. Meaning plain water is that which what's not plain water is that which you cannot use for it the mere name of water without a restriction. فلا يسمى مطلقا مثل ماء الورد. So it's not going to be called plain like rose water. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وطاهر مطهر مكروه وهو الماء المشمس. So now we are here. And pure, purifying, disliked water, and that is the sun-heated water. الشرح, the explanation. Maybe we could say sunny water. That's the sunny water. الشرح, the explanation. القسم الثاني هو الماء المشمس. The second category is the sunny water. أي المسخن. المسخن بتأثير الشمس, meaning that water which is heated by the effect of the sun. وهو طاهر بنفسه مطهر لغيره. It is pure by itself and purifying of other things. So that means it's plain water. لكنه مكروه تنزيها. However, it is disliked, merely disliked. على القول المشهور, according to the famous saying. Famous saying does not mean strong saying, it means popular saying, most widespread saying. على القول المشهور في مذهب الشافعي, according to the famous saying in the Shafi'i school, فتركه خير, and therefore abandoning it, not using it, is better. واستعماله جائز, but using it is permissible. لكن ليس فيه ثواب, however there's no reward in it. واختار النووي أنه لا يكره استعماله, and Nawawi chose that it is not disliked to use the sunny water. لأنه لا يصح فيه شيء عن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم, because nothing from the Messenger of Allah about it is confirmed. صلى الله عليه وسلم. إنما هناك أثر رواه الدارقطني عن عمر رضي الله عنه. Rather, there is merely a tradition that Ad-Daraqutni narrated from Umar, may Allah accept from him, that he said, Yurithul Baras. He said the sunny water causes leprosy. وَمَحَلُّ كَرَاهَتِهِ الْبَدَنُ لَلثِّيَابِ. And the target of its dislikeness is the body, not the clothing. ويكره ذلك لأنه يخشى أن تصيب من استعمله. And the reason this is disliked is because it is feared that the residue would befall, would inflict the one who uses it. Because this water is going to have a residue in it. وَذَلِكَ قَدْ يُعَرِّضُهُ لِلْبَرَصِ, and this could subject him to leprosy. وهو مرض شديد. This is a very severe sickness. وتزول الكراهة بالتبريد, and the dislikeness goes away, the aversion to this water goes away by the water cooling off. ويشترط في الماء المشمس ثلاثة شروط, and there are three conditions for sunny water. If you accept this word sunny water, I'm just making it easy on myself. You don't have to say it if you don't want to. You can say sun heated water if you want to. There are three conditions for this sunny water. أن يكون في وعاء منطبع, that it would be in a melded container, a molded, a there's a better word. What's that word?
Malleable, Shaykhi.
And not, yeah, maybe malleable also. Malleable, yeah. There's another word that recently I saw. It was a nice word. Inshallah, we'll come to it. أي يطرق بالمطرقة كالنحاس مثلا, meaning that it is hammered. It is a hammered container, So, yeah, it's banged out. It's been banged. That container is the result of banging the substance it's made from. So that means it's metal, some sort of metal. I find it interesting how they word it this way, how the scholars worded it this way. Because, I heard from Hajj Ali. He taught us Abu Shuja once, and in his translation, he said metallic. Bang, yeah, Banged. Banged, yeah. Hammered. The word hammered is better than banged. The meaning of it being hammered here is that the hammer doesn't break it. The hammer does not shatter it. So we're not talking about glass here. We're not talking about stone here. كالنحاس, like brass. مثلا, for example. غير المعدنين, or is it المعدنين النادرين الذهب والفضة. Not including, though, the two rare ores. Not including the two rare ores, gold and silver. Yani, those, they are, a container made from gold or silver. It is a hammered, it is a hammered vessel. It is a hammered vessel. But وذلك لصفاء معدنيهما, yes, with the kasra on the down. This rule does not apply to the gold and silver vessels because of the purity of their substance. Meaning, those two metals, even if they were heated, even if the water in those types of vessels was sunny in terms of being heated by the sun, those metals are purer. They do not release residue into the water. So it's not going to be disliked like the other ones. وأن يكون في البلاد الحارة, and another condition is that this heating takes place in a hot vicinity, كمكة ونحوها, like Mecca or the like. وأن يسخن بفعل حرارة الشمس, and that it would be heated by the heat of the sun. ويكره أيضا شديد البرودة وشديد السخونة, and also disliked is extremely cold and extremely hot. water. Yes. And what did the Shaykh not mention here? And also, some of the explanations of Abu Shuja do not mention here. But Sheikh Samir did mention here when he taught us the explanation of Abu Shuja that it is true that water heated by the sun in a golden or silver vessel is not sun heated water by definition. However, meaning it's not disliked. However, using golden and silver vessels is haram. On the other hand, on the other hand, although those metals don't release a residue into the water, using them is haram. So then what do? Pour the water out of the forbidden vessel into a permissible vessel and then use it from there. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وطاهر غير مطهر وهو الماء المستعمل. Now we are here, and this is the answer to your question, sister. Pure water that is not purifying, which is the used water. But here the Shaykh so far is only explaining this much, the amount that I have selected. There's still more here I didn't select it yet. It's not being explained yet. Bismillah. The author says, وَطَاهِرٌ غَيْرُ مُطَهِّرٌ وَهُوَ الْمَاءُ الْمُسْتَعْمَلُ. And pure water that is not purifying, which is the used water. So now the author wants to talk about water. If pure water means not filthy, and not purifying means cannot make something else pure. And there's two reasons that would be. And the first reason is because you used the water. And that's what the Shaykh wants to talk about first. And so he says, الشرح, the explanation. القسم الثالث طاهر في نفسه غير مطهر لغيره. The third category of water is pure in itself, not filthy, not purifying of something else. فلا يصلح للوضوء, and therefore it is not suitable for wudu. وإزالة النجاسة, nor is it suitable for removing filth. وهو نوعان, and this kind of water is two categories. أحدهما الماء القليل المستعمل في رفع حدث أو إزالة نجس. The first of those two kinds of non-purifying water is a small amount of water used for lifting impurity or removing filth. A small amount of water used for lifting impurity or removing filth. So, again, these are words that deserve to be elaborated on. To pause here and break it down. A small amount of water used for lifting impurity or removing filth. But if you've learned that and that's clear for you, then you're going to take that with all of what it packs, with all the information that you know is packed in there. What does it mean to be a small amount of water? What does lifting impurity mean? What does removing filth mean? And you're going to take that as it is now, because we're going to keep moving unless you have a question. And be happy that you have comprehended that compact sentence. So it's two kinds, this pure water that's not purifying. One of those two kinds is a small amount of water used to lift impurity or remove filth. Now, how might you, if this came in a question, test question, how might you give an imperfect answer, a lacking answer, by simply saying, like, what if the question were, what is the first kind of pure water that's not purifying? So you might say only Al-ma'ul musta'mal, used water. Okay, that's true. That is correct answer, really, because quote unquote used water has a meaning for us, has technical definition for us. But what your teacher is looking for here in the test is looking for what's in the book. So you should say, like what's in the book here, instead of just only saying used water is the first kind of pure non-purifying water. You should say a small amount of water used for lifting impurity or removing filth. Then that's a complete answer. Yes. Small amount of water. Why is a small amount of water, this used water that's pure but not purifying, why it has to be a small amount? Because here's a rule. A large amount of water will never be considered used. A large amount of water is never categorized as used. That's it. So in other words, you have, let's say, the ocean. Never think that you could use the ocean in such a way that it's not usable anymore. It's too much water. Or the whole swimming pool, some big swimming pool. Don't think that because you made wudu from the swimming pool, now the whole swimming pool is unusable. No, it's going to be rather that you had a small amount of water, like a sink full of water, or less than that, a cup of water, some water in a bucket. That's a small amount of water used for lifting impurity or removing filth. Li- Correct. Pure meaning not filthy. Not purifying. Why? Because you just used it. It's used now. Yeah. Because it's a small amount that you just used. Now, the meaning of this water being used is going to become even more clear. But so far, what I'm saying to you is only you used it. So now you can't use it again. And that is understandable. But there's more clarity to come to make it even more understandable why you can't use it again. Because the reason why you might wonder why you can't use it again is because it's still pure. You made wudu with it. You washed your face with it. The water from your face fell from your face into a container and still clear. Still clear water right there. Looks like the same water you put on your face the first time. Why you can't use it again? We're saying you can't use it again because it's used. So someone might say, even though it still looks the same, you'll say, yes, we didn't say it's changed. Changed is something else. It's enough that it's used. And amongst what makes it be categorized as used is that it's a small amount too. Because if it's a big amount of water, it will never be categorized as used. Because used water means unusable anymore. That's clear. The one type is pure but not purifying, which is the used water. The other one I didn't mention it yet. I'll come to it. Uh, nah. So, bismillah. So a small amount of water used for lifting impurity or removing filth. ولم يتغير بعد أن طهر المحل ولا زاد وزنه. And even actually, we can add more to make sure that if we were asked to define used water, we give most complete definition. Exactly what the Sheikh says here is used water is a small amount of water used for lifting impurity or removing filth without changing. Removing filth without changing after purifying the spot. Nor did it get heavier. Now, if it changed, then that's a different category. That's changed water. In fact, if it changed by najasa, it's going to be filthy water. It's a whole nother category. So we're not talking about changed water here, and we're not talking about filthy water here. So what is used water? Used water is a small amount of water used for lifting impurity or removing filth. Now, possibly you could stop there. It's a small amount of water used for lifting impurity or removing filth, period. Possibly you could stop there. Maybe your sheikh is slightly lenient here, so he'll accept that. But if he is more meticulous, if he likes to nitpick, if you accept that word, I don't mean by it something negative, I mean by it actually something positive. He likes to, investigate everything with a microscope. Then he's going to make sure you say the rest of that there. A small amount, used water is a small amount of water used for lifting impurity or removing filth without changing. Here, when we say without changing, that goes to or removing filth. So let me say it this way. A small amount of water, a used water is a small amount of water that A, was used to lift impurity, or B, was used to remove filth without changing after purifying the spot, nor did it get heavier. I'll repeat. B is, or it was used to remove filth without changing after purifying the spot, nor did it get heavier. So that's the definition. This deserves to be unraveled. Let me unravel it a little bit. Okay. Used water. Is water used for lifting impurity? A. Or B. Removing filth. As for lifting impurity, it means you had a small amount of water. You applied it to your organs with an intention to make wudu or ghusl. When it dripped off of you, it was used and therefore became unusable again for purification. You can drink it if you want, but people usually don't like to drink their bath water. Or you could use it to wash your dishes or water your plants or give it to the animals or mop your floor. But you can't use it for another wudu or ghusl. And you cannot use it to remove any najasa. It's used. So that's A. You used it for lifting impurity. When we say it's used, that means you can't use it for lifting impurity again or removing filth. Either you used it to lift filth or remove, either you used it to lift impurity or remove filth. So once it's used, then you can't use it after that to lift another impurity or remove another filth. So, okay. So A, it was used to lift an impurity. Yani, you used it for a wudu or a ghusl. Obligatory wudu or obligatory ghusl. And the water dripped off of you. That's when it becomes used officially. It's officially used when it drips off, when it separates. Oh, izalatu najis. Oh, izalatu najis. Or it was used for filth removal. B. Or it was used for B. Filth removal without the water changing after purifying the spot, nor did it get heavier. So, B is all of that. B is The water was used for filth removal without the water changing after purifying the spot, nor did the water get heavier. So all of that, that's the rule there. What's this to? This is a practice in saying the knowledge as you have taken it. Don't change it. Don't say it the way you understand it. Say it the way you took it. Right now, I could go off on a tangent about someone who doesn't do that, but I don't have time. Don't change what you take. Learn. Be one of those good nitpickers. Have your microscope ready and say it the way you took it. When someone's asking you, trying to get you to say it in another way, can you say it in another way? No, I cannot say it in another way. Understand what I am saying to you. ولم يتغير بعد أن طهر المحل ولا زاد وزنه. So, well, this is good review for me. Alhamdulillah. Now, if this question does come, I'll answer this one, inshallah, with a good answer. Even myself, so don't get it twisted here. This is the reality of how these tests go and how the study goes. Like you might say, like you look at me and you would say, for example, you studied so well and you know what you know, and this is going to be a breeze for you. Not necessarily. Even though I'm studying this, but I know that from experience that the teacher wants my answers to demonstrate that I have studied this book, not that I learned before, not that I'm able to pull answers from that book or some book, but that I have studied this book here. So I need to pay attention to what's here so I can say what's here in the test. ومثاله إذا دخل الخبث في ماء قليل. Sorry. The letters are small. Sometimes I misread them. ومثاله إذا دخل الجنوب في ماء قليل. An example of this is for someone who is sexually impure to immerse himself into a small amount of water. Yani, you have a bathtub. For example, this bathtub is less than 52 gallons. Maybe your bathtub is, let's say, 40 gallons. It's still a small amount of water. And you manage to submerge your body while you are junub, sexually impure, meaning you had sexual intercourse or you had an ejaculation. And now you need to take a ghusl. So you immersed your body into a small amount of water. بِنِيَّةِ رَفْعِ الْجَنَابَةِ, with the intention of lifting the sexual impurity. ثُمَّ خَرَجَ مِنْهُ, and then this one who immersed himself came out of the water. فَهَذَا الْمَاءُ يُسَمَّى مُسْتَعْمَلًا. Now this water is called used. And the example that the Sheikh gave right here is a very beautiful example. This is what I was looking for. This is the type of thing I was looking for. I've already found what I was looking for in this book anyway. But this is the type of thing I was looking for amongst why I wanted to read this with you and share it with you. Because myself, I do like the books of the scholars that are heavy, that are hefty, that they require mental muscle. And maybe sometimes I tend to underestimate the books that are light and smooth. And I saw, here, Sheikh's explanation of Abu Shuja. I can just see by my eye glance before reading that it's light and smooth, because I can see the amount of the text, and I can see the amount of the explanation, not much. So I know then Sheikh's not saying a lot, and I know how much could be said, so it means, he's not saying much. And then I might say to myself, and plus I learned the book already, so I have idea what should be there. Now, in my own mind, I'm saying, no, I'm afraid I'm just going to see a lot that I already know, and I'm not going to get a lot of new information. And so, because a lot of times you want to learn something new, And that's why sometimes you don't participate in a lesson. You'd say, I learned that before, although it's a good thing to learn it again. So I said, but I know the Sheikh, and there's always something special in his books. And so I'm sure he has something here. And he does have something here. This right here, what he did right here, is an example of what I was looking for. What did the Sheikh do here? He said, what's a small amount of water? What's used water? Used water, he defined it. It's a small amount of water used for lifting hadath or for removing filth. When it didn't change after purifying the spot, nor did the water get heavier. That deserves to be unraveled. Inshallah, I think it's going to come back. Okay. And then I told you, in the midst of clarifying that when you make wudu or ghusl, when you make an obligatory wudu or an obligatory ghusl, that the water is going to be used when it separates from your organ, when it drips from your organ. And yes, that's true, that's clear, that's standard, and you might have already known that. You should know that. You should know that from the obligatory knowledge. So that's fine. What the Sheikh did here, instead of giving the standard example of used water being the water, it will be used once it drips from you, when it separates from you, instead of doing that, he gave the reverse, which is the same rule. What's the reverse? The reverse is you stepping out of the water. So it was not his first example here to go to standard example of, you made wudu. You put the water on your face. When it drips off your chin, it's used. You wash the water. You put the water on your arms. When it falls off your elbows, for example, it's used. No. Rather, he gave an example of that you have a small amount of water and you submerge yourself into the small amount of water. So it's not that you're putting the water on you, you're putting yourself in the water, so it's reverse. That's the type of thing I'm looking for. That's Yani, the Sheikh will put something in there so to teach you extra lesson here. Teach you an extra lesson. That's what I'm looking for here. The extra lessons. Abu Shuja is explained over and over and over again. Sheikh didn't have to do an explanation for Abu Shuja. If he did, then what's he going to do that wasn't done before? That's what I'm looking for. Not that these weren't done before, but he put them here. So it's good explanation for Abu Shuja. And it's not like the style of the Bughya, I say. And this explanation of Abu Shuja is not like the style of the Bughya. So that's nice too. Still has its own flavor. Bughya style, yeah, okay, I won't go in there. So it has its own flavor too. So, uh, he gave us the example of you, yani someone, inserting himself in the water, into a small amount of water, but it has to be a small amount of water for this rule to work here, because it's only going to be used if it's a small amount of water. And then you get out of the small amount of water. So once you separate from that small amount of water, then that water that's left in your tub there is used. فهذا الماء يسمى مستعملا. Now this water is called used. لا يصح به الوضوء. Now no wudu afterwards is going to be valid with that water. ولا يصلح لرفع الحدث. And it's not going to be suitable for lifting any impurity. أو إزالة النجس. And it's not going to be suitable for removing any filth. لأن الحدث الذي رفعه انتقل منه. Now, yes, so right before that. Okay, so I am saying, Sheikh gave a nice example that has an extra benefit in it. Which the extra benefit is that instead of telling you that when you apply the water to yourself and then it drips off of you, it's used, he told you if you were to put yourself into the water, a small amount of water with an intention, then when you come out of it, it's used. That's an extra benefit, and he opened the door to give you another detail that I'm not going to give you. I'm not going to give you another detail from here because I don't have time. But I'm telling you I could because he opened the door for me to do so here. Yani, I say that's out of his hikmah that he did that. So that's nice. But I'm going to keep moving here. So he said, so now this water is going to be used. Once you get out of it, it's used. And he said, so therefore, no wudu after that's going to be valid with that same water. And no lifting of any impurity or removal of any filth is going to be valid with that water. And now he's going to tell us what I told you is going to give you more clarity. Why you can't use the used water, although still the same. I suppose for you that some person is going to say, well, why I can't use it again? It looks just like it was when I used it the first time. What's the problem? So the answer is here. لأن الحدث الذي رفعه انتقل منه, because the impurity that the water lifted, it came out of the surface, meaning came out of your face. The impurity that the water lifted from your face, it came out of your face. Well, where did it go? It went into the water. And then when that water separates from you or you separate from it, it is officially used. It took the impurity out of you. You took purity from it. That's how your face became pure when you made the intention. When you applied the water with the intention, you took something out of the water. That's what made your face pure. And the water took something out of you. And that's why we're going to say you can't use it again. It's used now. It transferred, the impurity transferred from your limb to the water. وَحَلَّ فِي الْمَاءِ, and it now dwells in the water. وَإِذَا أَدْخَلَ الْمُحْدِثُ يَدَهُ بَعْدَ غَسْلِ وَجْهِهِ فِي مَاءٍ دُونَ الْقُلَّتَيْنِ ولم ينوي الاغتراف صار الماء مستعملا إذا أخرج يده. Yes, and here's another nice case he put right here. He said, and when the person who needs wudu, the person without wudu, he's called muhdith. Muhdith. So I'm going to just call him person without wudu. When the person without wudu puts his hand after washing his face into a small amount of water, So, I'm painting a picture for you. I'm building a scenario for you here. This scenario I'm giving you depends on every condition I add to the scenario so that in the end the answer is correct. So, we're saying a person who needs wudu puts his hand in a small amount of water after washing his face. So we have to say all of that to make the answer we want to get to. Yani, there's an answer we want to get to. So we need to build a scenario that gets us to that answer. That's what Sheikh's doing here. So he says, so if someone who doesn't have wudu puts his hand into a small amount of water after washing his face, why that matters after washing his face? Because when is the time for washing your hands in wudu? It's after washing your face. So the question here is, I'm making wudu from a small amount of water. I put my hands in the water and I make the intention when the water touches my face. Now my face is valid. Whatever dripped off my face is used. I can't use it again. Now it's time to wash my hands. I want to put my hands back into the water. But maybe I want to wash my face a second time and wash my face a third time. So if I put my hands into the water that second wash and third wash of my face is not obligatory. In terms of obligation, it's now time to wash my hands. If I put my hands into this small amount of water, and now it is once I finish washing my face, the time of washing my hands started. And now I'm putting my hands into a small amount of water. When I pull my hand out of this small amount of water, will it be used also? Sheikh's going to answer this right here. He says, وَلَمْ يَنْوِ الْاغْتِرَافِ. If the scooper did not intend scooping, if he did not intend scooping, yani he merely wanted to scoop. He didn't want to continue the purity that goes for his hands when he put his hands in the water. It was not his intention when he put his hand in the water to continue to the next removal of impurity. It was his intention when he put his hand into the small amount of water to only pull water out. That was his only intention. So if his only intention was to pull water out, that means his intention was scooping. If it was not his intention to pull water out, then he did not have the intention to scoop. So what's the judgment? Is the water used or not? إن لم ينوي الاغتراف صار الماء مستعملا. If he did not intend scooping, then the water becomes used. إذا أخرج يده, when he pulls his hand out. إذا, yes, إذا means when. When he pulls his hand out, it will become used because he did not intend scooping. I will clarify more. أما الماء المستعمل في نفل. Okay, before that. Okay. So this means then, if he did intend to scoop, then the water does not become used. So what's the easy way to remember this rule? Intend to scoop, water is not used. Scooping, yes. Used, no. Not scooping. Scooping, no. Used, yes. Scooping, yes. Used, no. Scooping, no. Used, yes. So maybe that will help you remember. That's how I remember. Why it works like that? Because if you are scooping, if your intention is to scoop, it's not going to be used because all you wanted to do was pull water out of the container, not to continue washing your arms, not to continue your wudu by washing your arms. So if you did want to scoop only, then you're not using the water, so it's not used. But if you did not intend to scoop, then when you pull your arm out, it is used, or your hand, it is used. Because then you would be merely continuing the wudu. Now, if that's not clear, let me know. I'll clarify for you more, inshallah. Nice detail there. Yes. Repeat. أما الماء المستعمل في نفل كغسلة ثانية أو وضوء مجدد فيعد طهورا. As for the water used for voluntary nafil, for voluntary purification, كغسلة ثانية أو وضوء, like a second wash. You're washing your face a second time, a third time, washing your arms a second time, a third time, or you did a ghusl, you washed your whole body, now you're washing your whole body a second time, washing your whole body a third time. So that's voluntary wash. This is still purifying. It's not called used. It's not technically used. It's only literally used. You literally used it for a second wash, but it's not technically used because you can still use it again. It did not lose its purifying power. Or like a refreshed wudu, meaning you didn't break your wudu and you're making a new one on top of that. Any water that drips off of you is still usable. Or you already had wudu and then you immersed yourself in a small amount of water and made an intention for wudu and then stepped out of that water, it's still usable. If that's not clear, let me know, please. فَيُعَدُّ طَهُورًا, so will still be counted as purifying. تنبيه, notice. هناك فرق بين الطاهر والطهور. There is a difference between the Arabic word طاهر and the Arabic word طهور. فالطهور هو الماء الطاهر بنفسه المطهر لغيره. The طهور is the water that is pure by itself, not filthy, purifying of something else. والطاهر غير الطهور. But the one that's tahir without being tahur, هو الطاهر بنفسه. It is what is pure by itself. لكن لا يطهر غيره. But it does not purify anything else. Yes, the meaning of tahur is basic. So if you did not master the meaning of tahur, Tahur, in the chapter of purification, then you should, because it is amongst most basic things. You should already know that. What is tahur? Tahur means pure. Yani, tahur includes two things. Two things. One, pure by itself means not filthy. Purifying of something else. Then it's called tahur. If it's only called tahir, just tahir, then this means it's not filthy. Doesn't mean it purifies something else. Question, is this because if you have wudu, then there is no impurities that are removed by the water to make it used? Exactly, 100%. Your impurity is already lifted by the obligatory wudu. So when you do a voluntary wudu, you are not lifting. You don't have any impurity for the water to take out of you. That's fiqh. Great question. Great question. Yani, so means then your mind is, that means the fiqh clicks for your mind. Not all of the minds find fiqh smooth. And fiqh can be heavy. In fact, fiqh is heavy. Yani, heavy doesn't mean difficult. Heavy just means like, yani, you need some muscles to lift it. That's what heavy means. So that's why, who's the top scholars? The top scholars, the mujtahids. Who are the mujtahids? Mujtahids in aqidah? Mujtahids in nahu? Mujtahids in hadith? Nah. We're talking here mujtahids in fiqh. Those are the top of the ulama, of all the ulama. So what does that tell you about the science of fiqh? So those ones have the most powerful minds, the fuqaha. But add with that the good aqidah, having strong fiqh and strong aqidah, then you have, inshallah, yani your mind is like razor sharp, inshallah ta'ala. Okay. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَالْمُتَغَيِّرُ بِمَا خَالَطَهُ مِنَ الطَّاهِرَاتِ. Then he started talking about the second kind of pure water that is not purifying, when he said, or what changed by pure materials that blended with the water. Changed water. So the other type of non-purifying pure water is changed water. الشرح, the explanation. هذا النوع الثاني من القسم الثالث. This is the second category under the third. This is the second type under the third category. This is the second branch under the third category. What are our categories? First category, pure purifying water that is not disliked. That's plain water. Second category, pure purifying water that is disliked. That's the sun-heated water. Third category, pure water that is not purifying. What's that? It has two branches. First branch is used water. Second branch is changed water. So now we want to talk about changed water. قال رحمه الله يعني أن الماء الذي تغيرت صفاته الثلاثة مجتمعة أو منفردة وهي لونه وريحه وطعمه حكمه أنه طاهر في نفسه غير مطهر لغيره. This means that water whose attributes, its three attributes changed. So water has three attributes. Water whose three attributes changed. Altogether, all of its three attributes altogether changed. Or on an individual basis, only one of its three attributes changed. What are the three attributes of water? This you should know. This is amongst most basics here. This is not advanced. Yani, you learn this in obligatory knowledge. Its color, its smell, and its flavor. So if you learned obligatory knowledge and you didn't know that, you need to review your obligatory knowledge. Water has three qualities: color, smell, and flavor. If one of its qualities changes, then it's changed. Or if all of its qualities change, then it's changed. حكمه أنه طاهر في نفسه غير مطهر لغيره. Its judgment will be that it is pure in itself, not filthy. Not purifying for something else though. أي إذا خالطه طاهر, meaning though when what خالطه here, fused with it, mixed with it, blended with it. So out of all those words, I personally find the word mix to be the weakest one. And the better words I say here are blended and fused. And I like fused the most. To me is most clear. Fused with the water. And also, yani, some translations, they say dissolves into the water. I think that works too. أي خالطه طاهر. I don't know though about dissolve. Like, okay, for example, yani for me, dissolve means that just became liquefied. Like if I have salt and put it into the water, or sugar, or if I have instant coffee or something like that, when I put it into the water, it liquefies and goes into the water. Here, I would say it dissolved into the water. Yani it melted. What if it's already liquid though? If you poured milk into water, would you say it dissolved into the water? I wouldn't say that. I don't think it works like that. So that's why the word dissolve here is not for me the best word. Rather, the best word for me here is fuse or blend with the water. So إذا خالطه طاهر, when something pure blends, fuses with water. يمكن صون الماء عنه, and this pure material, pure means not filthy, that fuses with the water is something that is possible to keep out of the water. It is possible to keep it out of the water. When we say it's possible to keep it out of the water, we mean usually. Usually possible to keep it out of the water. We don't mean, for example, you had some water and oh no, you got some flour. You got a bag of flour in your hand over the water, a small amount of water. Oh no, slipped out of your hand. Now you're juggling. I'm trying not to drop this flour into the water. Oh no, it fell into my water. I couldn't stop it. I tried. I wasn't able to. I was not able to keep it out of the water. That's not what's meant here when we say it's possible to keep it out of the water. You're able to keep it out of the water. We mean here usually, because flour is not usually going to get into water. So even in what I just told you, if that flour fell into the water and changed the water drastically, you're not going to be able to use that because flour is the type of thing that is possible to keep out of water usually, yani without difficulty. يمكن صون الماء عنه بلا مشقة. Something pure that is possible to protect the water from it without difficulty. وانحل فيه. And then it unraveled in the water. It unraveled in the water. Yani, it fused with the water. كحبر, like ink. أو سكر or sugar. أو عطر or perfume. Here the عطر, he says عطر here. Be mindful here. Because for me, first thing that comes to my mind when we say عطر is oil. Oil. Oil does not fuse with water. So when he says عطر here, he means something other than oil, something that's not oil. Yani, personally, I don't know an عطر that's not oil, unless I'm ignorant and and I have seen some liquid that I think it's oil and it's not. So I don't know what is the عطر that's not oil, and therefore it does fuse with water. So he says here عطر or عطر, like the عطر. Said rose water, it's like perfume. Okay. And it would fuse with the water. That's true, rose water. Would you use the word عطر for rose water? Is
نعم
عطر,
سيدي.
هل يطلق العطر على ماء الورد؟
نعم سيدي. بالعربية لا لم أدخل فيها في الفقه، لكن بالعربية يقال شيء عطري مثلا.
أو حليب or milk. أو ملح, ملح جبلي. Or mountain salt, or if you want rock salt, meaning not sea salt. فغيره كثير. Why says mountain salt, rock salt? Why not just salt? Don't forget, if something has a qualifier, that qualifier should have a point. Why we said mountain salt? Why we didn't just say salt? So if you don't pay attention, that didn't register for you. Because there's another kind of salt, sea salt. And then, if you know how these things go, then you're going to say, not sea salt, huh? Because you got used to fiqh, you got used to how the scholars are. You know that when he said mountain salt, he didn't just say salt. So when he said mountain salt, he qualified his statement for a reason. So what's not mountain salt? What's salt without being mountain salt or rock salt is going to be sea salt. So then this statement itself is implying that sea salt can get into the water and change it and it's still going to be purifying, and that's true. So, or mountain salt got into the water and dissolved in there, fused with the water, فَغَيَّرَهُ كَثِيرًا, and then changed it significantly, بحيث سلب عنه اسم الماء, such that it withdraws, it takes away the name water from this liquid. خرج عن كونه مطهرا, then it will depart being purifying. فلا يصلح للتطهير, and then it will not be suitable for purification. كرفع جنابة أو إزالة نجاسة أصابت الثوب أو البدن. Then it won't be good for purifying. Like it won't be good for lifting the sexual impurity, and it will not be good for removing the filth that contacted the clothing or body. وخرج بالتغير بالمخالط التغير بما لا ينحل في الماء. And also excluded, not included by water that changes by what fuses with the water is what changes by what does not fuse with the water. إنما يجاوره فقط. Merely what this that changes the water does is be in its vicinity. It is adjacent. I don't, Yani, I saw some translations used adjacent here. Adjacent to the water, if that works. But I understand adjacent to mean next to. But what we are saying here is that it's in the water, not next to the water. It's in the water. Something is in the water. It changes the water. What does it change? The attributes of the water. What are the attributes of the water? Color, taste, and smell. Something in the water that changes the water without blending with the water, so that means just sits there. It's just in there. It's in the water. فلا يمنع كونه طاهرا مطهرا. This does not prevent the water from being pure and purifying. مهما كان هذا التغير, regardless of how much the change was. Yani, it means you had a rock in the water, you had a stick in the water. The rock or the stick does not dissolve in the water, but it does change the water. Now the water is green. Now the water smells like a stick. Now the water tastes funny. It's going to stay pure and purifying because what is changing the water is not fusing with it. You said neighboring, you think is the right word here. Well, maybe. But why I'm concerned with the word neighbor and also the word adjacent is that it's possible for water to change by something next to it without being in it. What if there were next to the water something and the water adapts to what's next to it, such as there is a carcass, there's a dead bear, a dead deer right next to the riverbank or next to the stream, let's say, so that, yeah, since the stream is smaller, then this dead carcass here of a bear or uh, a deer or the like is right next to the stream. It stinks really bad. And then you go and get some water, and then you find the water smells like that. Or a pond, for example. Then um, this also does not affect the purifying power of the water. It will stay purifying, pure and purifying, because it's not even in the water. If it disintegrates in the water, yeah, that's like fusing. Heck of it. Even disintegrate, though, because disintegrate for me means falls apart. Disintegrate does not mean for me I cannot tell the difference between the stuff and the water. When we say that it blends with the water, fuses with the water, this means you cannot tell the difference between it and the water. When it's not fused, you can tell the difference between it and the water. So that's why we say the oil does not blend with the water. It's just going to stay in there. But if I had something that is itself some coherent piece, when I put it into the water, it falls apart, but I can still see it not being the water. I can still see it apart from the water, even though it fell apart. For me, that means I would say it disintegrated in the water. So if the water changes from something that does not fuse with it, then it will stay pure and purifying no matter how much it changes. Yes, so I think this is clear, inshallah. The Sheikh says here, and by the way, I am just concerned for you all who are listening. You are fine? Are you tired? I'm very happy you stuck all this time. And I hope this is good beneficial review for you, and that all it's doing is filling gaps for you and making you more solid in what you know. Is it okay if we go a bit faster? Let's see, inshallah ta'ala. So, yeah. وخرج بالتغير بالمخالط تغير بما لا ينحل في الماء. So excluded by changing, excluded from changing by what fuses with the water is what does not fuse with the water. إنما يجاوره فقط, and rather it is just in the water. فلا يمنع كونه طاهرا مطهرا. This will not stop it from being pure and purifying. مهما كان التغير, regardless of how much the change were. وبالملح الجبلي, and excluded by mountain salt is الملح المستخرج من البحر, the water that is extracted from the sea. فلو غير طعم الماء فإنه يبقى طاهرا مطهرا. If this sea salt changes the flavor of the water remains pure and purifying, even though that sea salt will melt, will fuse with the water, it's okay. The scholars, they said sea salt is like ice. It is from the water, and when it melts, it just returned back into the water like ice. So it will stay pure and purifying. وبالتغير الكثير ما لو تغير تغيرا يسيرا, and excluded from significant change is the water changing slightly. كالماء الذي تغير بالحليب أو السكر تغيرا خفيفا, like some water that changed by milk or sugar lightly. I mean, for example, you had a drink in your cup, and then you didn't rinse your cup out, but you poured water in there, and then whatever was left in your cup, then just slightly change this water. That water's still usable. فَالْأَصَحُ أَنَّهُ طَهُورٌ. What's soundest is that it is still pure and purifying. طهور. لبقاء, listen, because the name water remains. ويستثنى تغير بما لا يستغني الماء عنه, and excluded is the change that occurs by what the water cannot avoid. مما في مقره أو ممره. Some stuff that is in the water's place. I saw a very nice translation. Some stuff that is in the water's place, or it is in the water's path. It was rhyming. The word for makar and the word for mamar, I saw them in English rhyming right here. It looked good. Now I can't remember. So, excluded is the water changing from something that the water cannot avoid, something that is in the water's makar or the water's mamar. The makar is the place of the water, like a pond. That's where the water is. Yani, where the water is settled, where the water has settled. Yani, like uh, it was raining and then there was a puddle, big or small. So that's its makar. Yani, that's where the water settled. I just want to explain makar for you. Al mamar, or the water's pathway, such as pipes, or yani the ground like a stream, the water's running. كتغير الماء الجاري في الأرض الصلصالية بالتراب, like running water running over clay, a clay surface. فلا يؤثر, يعني, so this clay is something that gets into the water and changes it. فلا يؤثر ما لم يسمى طينا. This will have no effect as long as it's not called, as long as the water doesn't be is not turned into clay. Yani, does not become called clay. Water running over a clay surface going to stay pure and purifying, even if it changes a lot, as long as it doesn't become something called clay or mud. وكذا التغير بالطحلب or الطحلب. وكذا التغير بالطحلب. Likewise, the water changing by moss, MOSS, الذي نبت في الماء. This that grows in the water. فلا يؤثر. This has no effect also. وكذلك لو تغير ماء لون الماء بسبب تساقط أوراق الأشجار عليه. Likewise, if the color of the water changed because of the leaves that fall into it, لعدم التمكن من التحرز منه, because of not being able to block the water from this. أي يشق صون الماء عنه, meaning it is difficult to protect the water from these leaves, like there's a pond, for example, to protect the pond from these leaves falling into it. فلا يؤثر. So this is harmless, has no effect. ولو تغير تغيرا كثيرا, even if it changed significantly. وكذلك وكذلك المستنقع إذا نبت فيه حشيش وغير لونه يبقى طاهرا مطهرا. متنقع. I'm not sure how to translate that. Likewise, the water that is mutanaqqa, when swamp, barakallahu feek. Yes, swampy. Likewise, the swampy water. إذا نبت فيه حشيش, when grass grew in there. Yes, it's the swamp. Yani, I'm a city boy. That type of water is so nasty to me. If you grew up there, it's no problem. Maybe you'll hop in there and play with the alligators or something. وغير لونه. So this changed the color of the water. يبقى طاهرا مطهرا. It will remain pure and purifying. وكذا المتغير بطول المخ. Likewise, water that changed because it is stale, that means just old, it dwelled for a long time. فإنه طهور للعسر. It is still purifying because of the difficulty. وبقاء اسم الماء عليه, and because the name water is still applicable to it. ولا فرق في التغير بين التغير المشاهد والتغير المعنوي. The last phrase. Yeah. وكذا المتغير بطول المكث. Likewise, what changed because of long dwelling. Yani, it's old. Yani, we would say it's stale because it became stale, old stale water. فَإِنَّهُ طَهُورٌ. It is still purifying. لِلْعُسْرِ. Here, because of the difficulty of protecting it from that change. وَبَقَاء اسم الماء عليه. And because the name water is still applicable to it. ولا فرق في التغير بين تغير المشاهد والتغير المعنوي. Yes. And furthermore, there is no difference between uh, observable change and estimated change. فإذا وقع في الماء شيء موافق له في صفاته. So, when something falls into water, something that is having the same or having comparable qualities to water, yani, it looks like water. It's clear, some clear liquid, something that looks like water, but it's not water. For example, something that looks like water that crossed my mind is peroxide. Looks like water. You just saw it in a cup. You might think it's water. So something fell into water, something with comparable qualities to water. Kama'in mustamel, like used water. Used water like what? Like you have a small container. You're making wudu on top, yani over a small container. You wash your face and then the water from your wash dripped right back into your small container. Now, used water fell into your small amount of water. So, what do? فَإِنَّا نُقَدِّرُهُ. Then we shall measure it. We shall estimate it. بِأَوْسَطِ الصِّفَاتِ. We will estimate it by moderate qualities. Moderate, medium, middle qualities. Middle, medium, yes. When I first learned this, I didn't understand it. So you have something called strong qualities, intense qualities. So we don't want to look for something with intense qualities here. And we don't want something with the qualities of water here, because that's the problem. Something with the qualities of water fell into the water. So we need something with stronger qualities than that. But we don't want now something with intense qualities to measure. Rather, we want something with moderate, medium, middle qualities to measure, because we're not talking about najasa getting into the water. We're talking about something pure getting into the water, like peroxide fell into the water, like your used water fell into the water, a small amount of water. Then, what's the case? Then we're going to measure if something with medium qualities, yani if this which fell into my water had medium qualities, if this peroxide were something with medium qualities, if this used water that fell into my water were something with medium qualities, like what? Kaloni al-asir, like juice, the color of juice. Yani juice is not intense. I'm not talking about intense juice here. I'm going to keep it easy. Juice like grape juice, and I'm not talking about white grapes. That's too light. I'm talking about a grape with color. So like juice, like grape juice, that's medium quality. Or طعم الرمان, وطعم الرمان, or something that has the flavor of pomegranate. The flavor of pomegranate, because there's three qualities here: color, taste, and smell. This stuff that fell into my water, it looks like water. It has qualities of water. I want to make an assessment. Did so much of it fall into my water that now, if I were to estimate that as something else, it would be significantly changed, and now I can't use it? So if this peroxide, if that were a same amount of grape juice, will it have changed the color? If that were the same amount of pomegranate juice, for example, would that change the flavor? If that were rihi lathan, if that were the same amount of lathan, would that change the smell? So it looks like that's frankincense. Frankincense. If that were the same amount of frankincense, would it change the smell? If so, so if your answer is yes, if your assessment is yes, had this which fell into my water had medium qualities instead of the qualities of water, it would change my little bit of water significantly, then that water is not usable. بخلاف النجس كبول انقطع ريحه واختلط بماء كثير. As opposed to filth, like, as opposed to filth. Like what? What's filth that has qualities of water? كبول انقطع ريحه, like urine that lost its smell, and also it's not yellow. واختلط بماء كثير, and it mixed with a lot of water, not a little bit of water. Because if it mixed with a little bit of water, that water is going to be filthy anyway, whether it changed or not. As you know, inshallah. So all of this, what I'm reading, it deserves to be unraveled. But if you know it, you've learned it, and it's clear, then I'm going to keep moving. So that's question. If just color, taste, and odor, does a change in volume matter at all? Not volume, but weight. Change in weight will matter. If it's najasa, we talk about najasa. So if it's not najasa, then we're only talking about color, taste, and smell. Only color, taste, and smell, if we're not dealing with najasa. If we're dealing with najasa, then you want to consider color, taste, smell, or weight. And that's coming up, inshallah. So, MashaAllah, it's raining here. I ask Allah Tabaraka wa Ta'ala to give all of us in attendance an accepted dua. And I ask Allah Ta'ala to forgive our sins. And I ask Allah to make us amongst the scholars and make us amongst the awliya. Or if we don't become scholars or awliya, to annex us to their status. Ameen. Right. SubhanAllah, it was just as I'm giving the lesson, the smell of the rain came into my nose. SubhanAllah. Alhamdulillah. So, بِخِلَافِ النَّجِسِ. This is different from filth falling into the water. كَبَوْلٍ انْقَطَعَ رِيحُهُ, like urine that lost its smell and it's not yellow. وَاخْتَلَطَ بِمَاءٍ كَثِيرٍ, and this urine mixed with a lot of water. You know why? A lot of water, not a little bit of water. وَلَمْ يظهر به تغير, and there was no apparent change from this filth that fell into a lot of water. فإنا نقدره بأشد الصفات. In this case, we will assess this filth that fell into a lot of water by comparing it to something with intense attributes, كلون الحبر وطعم الخل وريح المسك, like the color of ink instead of the color of juice, and the flavor of vinegar instead of the flavor of pomegranate. and the smell of musk instead of the smell of frankincense. فظهر أن الماء الطاهر غير المطهر نوعان. And so it became clear that water that is pure but not purifying is of two branches. الأول الماء الذي استعمل في رفع حدث. The first is the water used for uh, lifting impurity, oh najas, or removing filth. And we know that means small amounts, because a large amount of water will never be categorized as used. ولم يتغير, or it was used for removing filth and it did not change بالنجس الذي أزاله, and it did not change by the filth that it removed, nor did it get heavier. والثاني الماء المتغير تغيرا كثيرا بالأشياء الطاهرة التي تنحل فيه كالسكر وغيره. And the second branch of the pure, not purifying water is the water that changed significantly by pure things that fuse with the water like sugar or something else. Alhamdulillah. All right. So no one complained of exhaustion. So I'm going to keep going here. Let's see if we can get to the next section, tanning. And then, yani, I have a lesson at 9 p.m. in marriage. It is now for me, yani, 6:40 p.m. تقريبا. I want to finish this, what we are doing, filthy water, and then pray, unless I need to stop and pray because we took too long. And then maybe we'll take a break and then we'll try to read tanning. And then, yani, we'll see what's after that. Maybe if I'm not burnt out after I do my marriage lesson and I still have more to cover, maybe we'll continue, inshallah. Wait, so, yani, this is Abu Shuja Marathon here. What did the author say next? Maybe that's what I'll call it next time. Abu Shuja Marathon. So he said, قال المؤلف رحمه الله وماء النجس. So we are here. And filthy water. وهو الذي حلت فيه نجاسة وهو دون القلتين. Which is the water in which filth has dwelled, while it was less than 2 qullas. Okay, so up to here is what the Sheikh is going to explain. الشرح, the explanation. أن القسم الرابع هو الماء النجس. Is that the fourth category is the filthy water. وهو الذي وقعت فيه نجاسة. That's the one in which filth has fallen. كبول, like urine. وهو دون القلتين. The filth fell into that water while the water was less than 2 قلت. فإنه يتنجس بملاقاة النجاسة المؤثرة. Indeed, this water becomes filthy by contact with effective filth. By contact with effective filth. Effective filth means make something else filthy. كبول, like urine. سواء تغير أم لم يتغير, whether the water changed or did not change. Yani, the filth makes water filthy even if the water does not change. وَأَمَّا النَّجَاسَةُ غَيْرُ الْمُؤَثِّرَةِ. Now, as for filth that is ineffective, كَمَيْتَةٍ لَيْسَ لَهَا دَمٌ سَائِلٌ. Like a carcass without flowing blood. like a carcass without flowing blood. إذا قطع عضو من أعضائها, it doesn't have flowing blood when one of its limbs is cut. Yani, it just doesn't have flowing blood. Its limb being cut or not is not really a condition. But it means, yani, we're talking كالذباب وبناتي والدان والنمل والبقي, like the fly and the roach and the ant and the bedbug. These types of creatures, if you were to pull their limbs off or cut them, they don't have flowing blood. So that's what's meant by a carcass, so it's dead. A carcass that does not have flowing blood. That's what's meant there. And what's not meant here, as documented in some of the explanations of Abu Shuja, is a dead thing drained of blood and therefore does not have flowing blood. A dead mouse drained of blood, for example, we're not talking about that here. فإنها لا تنجسه. This type of carcass, the carcass of what lacks flowing blood, when it falls into the water, it does not contaminate the water. ما لم يتغير الماء, as long as the water does not change بها, by it. As long as the water does not change by it, أو تطرح فيه ميتة, and as long as this carcass was not tossed into it, because if you toss the carcass, yani, we're talking about here, you threw a dead fly into the water, you threw a dead roach into the water. If you did that in a small amount of water, it will contaminate the water because you threw it in. Because once you threw it in, then it was a case of something that can be easily shielded from the water getting in there. So then it's going to contaminate the water. But if it falls into the water dead, then, or it falls into the water and dies in there, then it will not contaminate the water. وَكَذَا النَّجَاسَةُ الَّتِي لَا يُدْرِكُهَا الطَّرْفُ, and likewise the filth that is not perceivable by the naked eye. Likewise the filth that is not perceivable by the naked eye. لِقِلَّتِهَا, due to its miniaturization, it is so small. كَرَشَاشِ بَوْلٍ, like a spray of urine or wine, for example. فَكُلٌّ مِّنْهُمَا لَا يُنَجِّسُ الْمَاءَ, none of that, the meaning, the carcass without flowing blood, or the imperceivable, the invisible, if you want, you can't see it, the invisible drop of filth, because it's so small, these, if they got into a small amount of water, they do not contaminate the water. لأنه يعصر الاحتراز عن ذلك, because it is difficult to protect the water from that. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, أو كان قلتين فتغير, or it was two qullets but it changed, that water. The water changed. الشرح أنه إذا وقع بول في ماء قلتين فأكثر, if the urine, which is only an example, fell into water the amount of two qullets or more, فغيره, and then it changed that water, صار الماء نجسا, that water becomes filthy. أما إذا لم يغيره, as for when it if the filth that fell into this amount of water, this large amount of water, does not change the water, فإنه طهور صالح للغسل والوضوء, then it is pure, purifying, then it is still purifying and suitable for a religious bath and suitable for ablution. وهذا الحكم مأخوذ من حديث رواه أصحاب السنن الأربعة, And this rule is taken from a hadith narrated by the authors of the four Sunan books, wa Ahmed, and also narrated by Ahmed. إذا بلغ الماء قلتين لم يحمل الخبث. When water reaches the amount of two qullats, the volume of two qullats, then it does not carry filth. أي يدفع عن نفسه التنجس, meaning it uh, repels from itself, it isolates from itself the contamination. Yani, a large amount of water keeps filth isolated, and so the filth will not contaminate the water. And so therefore, you have a public pool, for example, or not even a public pool, but a pool with a lot of people in it. Uh, are people urinating in that pool, adults and children alike? There's a great likelihood. Is this water becoming contaminated? Are all the people now swimming around in filth? Because there's a lot of people in the pool, and maybe many of them are urinating in there. No, does not become filthy. Because large amounts of water does not become filthy by filth unless it changes. And so you're going to still enjoy the water. You say, oh, all these kids in there, I hope they're not peeing in the pool, and you're not going to get out. You're going to keep playing in there anyway. ثم إن الماء الذي وقعت فيه نجاسة فغيرته. Now furthermore, the water in which filth fell, and then the filth changed the water. إن كان كثيرا, if that were a lot of water, وذهب تغيره بنفسه, and then that, so sorry about that. ثم إن الماء الذي وقعت فيه نجاسة. Furthermore, the water in which filth fell, فغيرته, and then that filth changed the water. إن كان كثيرا, if it were a lot of water, فذهب تغيره بنفسه, and then the change that happened to the water, to this large amount of water, disappeared. The change disappeared by itself. بالمكث, just by the water merely sitting there, which is something very interesting. Inshallah, I'll come back to it in a minute. أو كان قليلا وأضيف إليه ماء إلى أن بلغ القلتين, or the water that became filthy changed water. Water changed from filth. It was a little bit of water that became filthy. وأضيف إليه ماء, but then you added more water. إلى أن بلغ القلتين, until the sum of water was two kullas. وذهب التغير, and then the change went away. عاد طهورا, then it will return back to being pure, purifying. Then it will return back to being purifying. So this means if you had a lot of water and then it changed by filth, it changed. Because a lot of water does not become filthy unless it changes. So it changed by the filth. So what changed? Its color, or its taste, or its smell. But then the change went away from this large amount of water by itself. Then it returns to being purifying water. أو كان قليلا وأضيف إليه ماء, or you had a little bit of water that became filthy, but you added more water to it. إلى أن بلغ القلتين, until that reached the amount of two qullats, which we didn't say what two qullats is yet. وذهب التغير, and then the change was gone. عاد طهورا, that also returned to being purifying. بخلاف ما إذا زال تغير بما يستر لون النجاسة, which is different from when the change disappears because it was covered by something. Meaning the color of the filth in the water disappeared because you added something to the water that covered the color of the filth. Or the smell of the filth in the water disappeared because you added something to the water that covers the smell of the filth. So now you don't see the color of the filth, you don't smell the smell of the filth. Why? Because you covered it. كأن وقع في الماء دم, like for example, blood fell into the water. فغيره, and then this changed the water, يعني it became red or reddish. فوضع فيه زعفران, so then saffron was put into that bloody water. فاختفى لون الدم, and then the color of the blood was covered by the بسبب لون زعفران, covered by the color of the saffron. فلا يصير بذلك طهورا, it will not become pure by that, purifying by that. It will not become purifying by that. Okay, let me add something for you, just interesting thing for you really quick. Some of the contemporary non-Muslim scientists, they made some claim that is not verifiable. It's only a theory, which is what? Aren't they concerned about the water pollution and the air pollution? Yes, they are. Yani, that's a concern. But what they don't give regard to, that the pollution dissipates. That's what they don't give regard to. That the pollution, it can dissipate. It's possible. So you could have water that is, let's just say, dirty. Even if we don't say filthy, we're using the word filth in a particular way. It's just dirty, like a river or something, or a pond or something, or a lake. This water, it could possibly become, yani, the dirtiness of it could dissipate. It could be clear. It could clear up. So for them, it's going to just stay dirty. It's going to always be dirty no matter what. And also, they say the same thing about the air. They say there's the air pollution, the smoke, the gas, they say even the farts from the cows. That's what they say. All of that goes up into the air. It contaminates the atmosphere. They even would claim something unobservable, that there is basically, these are my words here, a layer of dirt in the air. This layer of dirt in the air is not observable. Because why do you think that's there? Because they have no regard for something dissipating. So dissipating is something. I just wanted to benefit you with that. And that's why, brothers and sisters, you make sure before you believe something, you check what came in the religion. We have our own standards. We don't believe something because some scientist said it, because they might not be going according to the revelation. They would be going according to theories, for example. Okay. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, والقلتان 500 رطل بغدادي تقريبا في الأصح. We are here. 2 kullas are approximately 500 Baghdadi rittles, according to what is soundest. So now we need to talk about measurements. And these measurements are in Arabic language, and these measurements are also based on old standards that we might not use now, but we're still going to reference those measurements. We're going to say them the way the scholars documented them centuries ago. We're not going to change them, but what we can do is just we can say what the equivalent of modern measurements are to those old measurements. So these kullas and rittles and all of that, what is that? The amount of 2 kullets is 500 Baghdadi rittles, approximately, according to what is soundest. الشرح, the explanation. أن مقدار القلتين 500 رطل بغدادي تقريبا. The explanation is that the amount or the measure of 2 kullets is approximately 500 Baghdadi rittles. Baghdad is in Iraq, if you didn't know. فلو نقص رطل أو رطلان لا يؤثر. And therefore, since that's approximately 500 Baghdadi rittles, then lacking 1 or 2 rittles is harmless, has no effect. Yani, if you had 499 rittles, 498 rittles of this water, it's still a lot of water. ومقدار القلتين بالمساحة, the amount of 2 qullets by area is ما يملأ حفرة مدورة, is an amount that can fill a cylindrical ditch. A cylindrical ditch. قطرها ذراع عرضا وعمقها ذراعين ونصف. What is the measure of this cylindrical ditch? It is 1 cubit across and 2.5 cubits deep. Cubit, that's also an old measurement, but that's English word, cubit. We don't use cubits anymore either. But in our religious lessons, I'm going to say cubit. And then, yani, if you need to learn how to translate that into modern measurement, then you learn how. So what's a cubit? A cubit is from the elbow to the middle finger of an average arm. So this cylindrical ditch would be across 1 cubit. So that's from an elbow to a middle finger. Across 2.5 cubits deep. So if you had a hole like that and you filled it with water, that's a lot of water. If filth fell into that, the water will stay pure as long as it does not change. أو يملأ حفرة عمقها ذراع وربع وكذلك عرضها وطولها وهذا في المربع. Or if it were a cubical ditch, then the measure of this cubical ditch is a cubit and a quarter, in length, width, and depth. Cubical ditch, a cubical ditch. So I'm using the word cubic and the word cubit. Those are 2 different words. A cubical ditch, the measure of this cubical ditch is a cubit and a quarter in length, width, and depth. That's going to be a lot of water. It won't become filthy if filth falls into it unless it changes. Now here the Sheikh didn't go further. In some of the books they go further because he didn't tell us what the ritl is, and he could have said even more. Now, alhamdulillah, we just finished that. That's a great accomplishment. Panning. So here, fasl, section. So, yani, the author didn't get into this paragraph yet. He's just at the fasl, section. He gives an introduction. He says, Al-hayawanu naw'an, the living creatures of 2 types. Minhuma huwa ma'kulun. One type is edible. أي حلال أكله ومنهما هو غير مأكول. And another type is inedible. أي حرام أكله فالمأكول لحمه إذا ذكي. إذا ذكي ذكاة شرعية. And so the edible one, its flesh when slaughtered legally, وهي التي تكون بقطع مجري الهواء والماء حتى الموت. And the legal slaughter is the one that involves severing the air pipe and the water pipe, yani the trachea and esophagus, I think those are. حتى الموت, until death, yani that was slit for that animal until it died. بآلة حادة, with a sharp tool, يعني a sharp tool made of anything but a tooth or a nail. يعني anything but a bone or a nail. A sharp tool made of anything but bone or nail. Bone includes tooth. وليس بالضغط, and it was not killed by blunt force. كالرصاص, like a bullet. يجوز أكله, then it would be permissible to eat it. ودليله الحديث الذي رواه مسلم. Its evidence is the hadith narrated by Muslim. إن الله كتب الإحسان على كل شيء. Indeed, Allah has ordained perfection, or perhaps competency in everything. فإذا قتلتم فأحسنوا القتلة. So if you, yani when you kill, then kill with expertise or competency. وإذا ذبحتم فأحسنوا الذبحة. And when you slaughter, then slaughter with excellency, with expertise, or with competency. The competence is less than expert, though, in English. وَلْيُحِدَّ أَحَدُكُمْ شَفْرَتَهُ. And let one of you sharpen his blade. وَلْيُرِحْ ذَبِيحَتَهُ. And let him relieve his sacrifice. And he let him end his life quickly, without torture. He's not going to cut his neck with a serrated blade, for example. على أن يكون الذابح مسلما أو كتابيا. And add to that the slaughterer must be a Muslim or a kitabi. سواء سكت الكتابي حين الذبح. Whether the kitabi was silent when he slaughtered, أو استهل باسم من أسماء الله تعالى الحسنى, or if this kitabi raised his voice and slaughtered in any of the names of Allah. أما إن استهل باسم غير الله or باسم غير الله. However, if he raised his voice with the name of other than God, فلا يصح, then his slaughter is not valid. ولا تصح التذكية من غير المسلم والكتابي. And a slaughter is not valid from other than a Muslim or a kitabi. ولو استهل باسم الله, even if he raised his voice with the name of Allah. وأما الحيوان. So this is all an introduction, because tanning is not about eating the meat. So this is amongst the things the Sheikh does do. He benefits, he gives extra benefits, and he does digress with relative digressions. وَأَمَّا الْحَيَوَانُ غَيْرُ الْمَأْكُولِ. As for the living creature that is inedible, إِذَا مَاتَ, when it died, يَكُونُ مَيْتَةً, then it shall be a carcass. لِأَنَّهُ لَا ذَكَاةَ لَهُ, because it lacks a slaughter. وَإِنْ ذُبِحَ بِالطَّرِيقَةِ الَّتِي ذَكَرْنَاهَا. Even if it were slaughtered in the fashion that we mentioned, it's still going to be inedible, because it's just not an edible animal. So slaughtering it will not make it lawful. What to eat? وَكَذَلِكَ الْمَأْكُولُ إِنْ مَاتَ بِغَيْرِ تَذْكِيَةٍ. And likewise, what is edible, if it died without a slaughter, يَكُونُ مَيْتًا, then it will be a carcass. فالميتة هي كل حيوان فارق الحياة إلا المأكول المذكى. And so, the carcass, what I'm translating is carcass, meta. It's, for our purposes, meta basically means haram meat. Haram meat. So the meta, the carcass, it is any living creature that it departed life, but not if it's edible and slaughtered. If it's edible and slaughtered, we're not going to call it a carcass. قال المؤلف رحمه الله. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَجُلُودُ الْمَيْتَةِ تَطْهُرُ بِالدِّبَاغِ. He's here. The skins of dead animals are purified by tanning. الشرح, the explanation. أن جلود الميتة كلها نجسة لقوله تعالى, is that all skins of carcass are filthy because of what the Exalted One said. حرمت عليكم الميتة. Forbidden for you to consume is the carcass. ولا فرق في, so carcass means special meaning for us. ولا فرق في ذلك بين مأكول اللحم وغيره. And there is no difference between something that has edible flesh or not, if it's a carcass. وتطهر بالدباغ. And the skin, we talk about the skin only here. The skin shall be, or it is, purifiable by tanning, yani leathering, making it into leather. What we are talking about here is turning an animal's skin into leather. That's how nice our religion is. We'll teach you how to make the animal skin into leather. Yeah, you might need to do it a couple times to get it good. But yeah, you might, who knows, if you found yourself in the woods one day, yeah, stranded, then maybe you're going to wind up skinning something. You're going to say, Alhamdulillah, I learned my religion. وتط Yes, وتطهر بالدباغ باستعمال حريف. And the skin is purified by tanning. Tanning, so that's the right word, tanning. It refers to leather making leather. باستعمال حريف, by using something acrid. Yani, it's, what's the word? Like it has acid. It stings. It stings. كقشر الرمان, like pomegranate peel. ويدل على ذلك قوله عليه الصلاة والسلام. And what proves that is that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, أيما إهاب دبغ فقد طهر. There's fatha on this thought here. طهر. I memorize it as طهر. I don't remember if the sheikh, when that we are learning this from, if he read it the way it's spelled here. Rawahu Muslim, the meaning of this hadith is that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, if the animal's skin is tanned, then it has become pure. Rawahu Muslim, that's narrated by Muslim. وَيُشْتَرَطُ لِطَهَارَتِهِ بِالدَّبْغِ ثَلَاثَةُ أُمُورٍ. And it is a condition to make this skin purified by the tanning. 3 things. So, and let me clarify for you here. So what are we saying? We are saying that we're not talking about humans, not humans. Humans are not included in what we are talking about. When a living creature dies, and not fish, and not locusts, 3 things are not included here. Humans, fish, or locusts. Not talking about those. When a living creature dies, it will become filthy. Filthy means like a piece of feces, like blood, like vomit. It's filthy. Is why we cannot eat the haram meat. It becomes filthy. Unless it is, number 1, a slaughtered unless it is number one, an edible animal, and number two, this edible animal is killed properly. If the edible animal is killed properly, then its body will remain pure, and then we can consume its flesh. If it is not slaughtered properly, it will become filthy. Now we cannot consume it. It's forbidden to consume filth. Okay, so we are saying when the animal dies without a slaughter and becomes filthy, you can still salvage the skin. You can salvage the skin. So you can skin this dead animal and tan the skin. That means turn it into leather. Then when you tan the skin, you will turn it back into something pure. The animal's skin was pure when the animal was alive. When the animal died without a slaughter, it became filthy. When you tan the skin, it returns again back to being pure. So, ويشترط لطهارته بالدبغ ثلاثة أمور. It is a condition for the skin to become pure by tanning it. Three things. نزع الفضلات. Number one, removing the extra. كاللحم والدرن والشعر والصوف. Like the flesh, yani the meat. Meaning you're going to pull the skin off the animal. So isn't there going to be still attached to that skin flesh, fat, yani, like, you know what I mean. So it's going to have flesh on the underside of the skin. There's going to be hair on the outer side and flesh on the underside. So the first condition is to remove the extra, which is you're going to remove the extra flesh and fat and hair and wool, whatever is there. All you want is the skin only. ويعفى عن القليل من الشعر الصعب نزعه. And a little bit of hair that is difficult to remove is excused. كما قال النووي, like النووي said, وكونه بالحريف. The second condition is that what you use to remove that extra is acrid, وهو مادة لذاعة قالعة. The meaning of it being acrid is that it stinks, or it has a kind of a burn to it, and it is also uprooting. It's uprooting. It pulls the stuff off of the skin. وقد تكون طاهرة كالشب والقرض والعفص وقشر الرمان والملح أو نجسة كزرق الحمام. This substance that you use to scrape the extra stuff off of the skin, it could be something pure, like the shab and the qarav. So the shab is a kind of stone. In the past, the barbers, if they nicked the one who's getting his hair cut, they had a stone that they would use to uh so like sheb. Sheb is a stone used by barbers back in the day. Back in the day means I don't know how long ago. Centuries, I don't know, like how recent in history they still use something like that. So because nowadays barbers, they have, you know, like antiseptics and things like that, or witch hazel or these types of things. So they used to have some kind of stone that they would use if they nicked the one who's getting his hair cut, and they would wipe that cut with this stone, and it stings. Something like this, you can use it for tanning. والقرض also يعني something from a tree. It might be bark. The cutoff might be kind of bark, I'm not sure. والعفس, I'm not sure what that is. وقشر الرمان, and pomegranate peel. Pomegranate, when I was a kid, they used to call that Chinese apple. I used to think it was an apple. والملح, and salt, according to a saying. Using salt for using salt for tanning is a matter of difference in opinion. Some scholars said salt is not sufficient. Some scholars said it is. Here, this is our Sheikh's book, and he is confirming salt as a tanning agent. Oh, najisatan, or what you use for tanning could be a filthy substance, kazarqil hamam, like bird droppings. So it means, yani, you are a leather maker, a crude leather maker, some Muslim out in the woods, and yani, you put the effort to collect a handful of bird feces, and then you skinned an animal and used that to scrape the extra stuff off of the skin. Nah. And what the third, وأن يكون بحيث لو نقع في الماء لم ينتن. And the third condition is that the skin, after you remove the extra stuff by such a substance, if that skin were soaked in water, it does not rot. And what's meant by soaking it here is just a normal soak, not to leave it in there all year. It's going to rot if you do that. But you just soaked it a normal soaking, it's not going to rot, then that's fine. ثم يكون الجلد بعد ذلك كثوب متنجس فيحتاج لغسله بالماء. Uh, and then ثم يكون الجلد بعد ذلك, then the skin after that will be like a contaminated cloth. فيحتاج لغسله بالماء. Then it's going to just need to be washed with water. The meaning here is, you did all of that. You skinned this dead animal. The skin is filthy. You removed the extra stuff. You scraped all the stuff from the underside. You pulled off all the hair from the outer side with such a material to the extent that you could soak that skin in water without the skin rotting. Then once you do that, even without soaking it in water, once you do that, then the skin becomes pure. It will become pure in itself, but it's going to be like a filthy cloth that needs to be rinsed off. So then you just rinse that skin off and it's going to be done. Nice and clean, brand new leather. And like I mentioned for you, what I described to you could possibly be crude. So like you're talking about just a person out in the woods, for example. So there's more sophisticated ways for making leather also. So we're talking here about something that you can do as a Muslim. Because Yani, so nice how our religion teaches these things. And Yani, subhanAllah, and I think about growing up as a non-Muslim, all these types of things you have no idea about. For yourself. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, إلا جلد الكلب والخنزير, except the skin of the dog and the pig. وما تولد منهما أو من أحدهما, whatever is born of them or from either of them. So that's what's being explained here. I selected it there for you to see. الشرح, the explanation. كل جلود الميتة تطهر بالدباغ. All skins of carcasses are purifiable by tanning. كجلود ميتة الإبل, like the skins of dead camels, والبقر, and cows, والغنم, and sheep. Those are edible. And even if it's not edible, like a bear or a wolf, you can skin bear hair. Bear skin, wolf skin is going to become pure. Illa jild one thing I want to add for you though. If you slaughter your edible animal, like a sheep, if you slaughter it, the skin is going to be pure. You don't need to tan that skin to make it pure. It's going to be pure because you slaughtered it properly and it's an edible animal. So what you can do with the sheep if you want, slaughter it, skin it. Since it's pure, since it was slaughtered, you can keep the hair on the outside. Remove the flesh from the underside, keep the hair on the outside, then you're going to have a nice sheep rug with sheep hair, and it's pure, and the skin is purified. But if it's an animal that was filthy in its death, you must remove the hair. And let me add for you this. According to this, then if you have the likes of a mink coat has the fur of the mink or the like of that, that's filthy. Because in order, you cannot salvage the hair. You can only salvage the skin. The hair will be filthy. So, illa jild al-kalb, except for the skin of a dog, except for dog skin, walau mu'allaman, even if it's a trained dog, the dog is filthy while it's alive, so it's definitely filthy when it dies, and tanning it is not going to make its skin turn pure because it was never pure. Wal khinzir, and the pig, same thing. The pig is filthy while it's alive. That means dog and pig are living filth. Living filth. So then tanning their skin will not make their skin pure. But don't misunderstand here. Tanning the dog skin or the pig skin will turn it into leather. It will turn into leather. When I say it turns into leather, that means it won't rot after that. It's going to turn into leather, but it's going to stay filthy because the dog and the pig were filthy while they were alive. So you cannot purify their skins because their skins were never pure. When we talk about purifying an animal's skin, we are saying we're turning it back pure again. The animal was pure while it was alive. It became filthy when it died. You salvaged its skin and turned it back pure again. والخنزير, so that includes the pig, سواء كان أهليا أو بريا, a domesticated pig or a wild pig, same judgment. وكذا ما تولد منهما, and likewise anything that's born from these creatures, this dog or this pig. بأن تولد من كلبين, whether it was crossbreed of dog, they call that a mutt, whether it were a mutt, some crossbreed of a dog, still a dog. Oh, min khinzirain, I don't know if that's a mutt too for a pig. A crossbreed of two different types of pig still has the same judgment. Oh, min khinzirin wa kalb, or a hybrid from a pig and a dog, that's possible. These animals, Allah Ta'ala, He made them able to crossbreed, and they do sometimes. وَكَذَا مَا تَوَلَّدَ مِنْ أَحَدِهِمَا, and likewise anything that's born from even one of these مَعَ حَيَوَانٍ آخَر, with a different type of animal, كأن نزى كلب على شاه, like for a dog to mate with a sheep. فالولد نجس. Then the child, the baby, the offspring that came from the dog and the sheep will be a filthy creature because the dog is filthy. ولا يطهر جلده ولا يطهر جلده, its skin will not become pure. لأن الفرع يتبع أخص الأصلين, because the branch, the derivative, follows the worst of the two of yani the worst of its origins. When something has two origins, like you have two origins because you have a mother and a father, you have two origins. So here we talk about animals. Some animals are pure, some animals are filthy. Which animals are filthy? Dogs and pigs only. So if there were a crossbreed from a dog and a pig, I'm sorry, a crossbreed, a hybrid between a dog and something else, or a pig and something else, what's the judgment of the offspring? The judgment is that it's filthy because it has one filthy origin. And so the offspring is going to be filthy by extension of its filthy origin. Although it has a pure origin too, because we're saying it's a hybrid. One of its parents is a dog or a pig, and the other one is some other creature that's not a dog or a pig. The offspring's going to be filthy because of its filthy origin. فإذا كان أحد الأصلين نجسا والآخر طاهرا. So if one of the two origins is filthy and the other is pure, تبع الفرع أخصهما. Then the offspring will follow the more despicable of the two في الطهارة, when it comes to being pure or not. أما في الدين, as for in religion though, meaning a human being has a Muslim parent and a non-Muslim parent, فَيَتْبَعُ الْفَرْعُ الْأَعْلَى, then in this case, the offspring will follow the higher of the two origins, which is the Muslim origin. فالولد الذي بين مسلم ونصرانية أو يهودية يحكم له بحكم الأعلى. So then the child who is born from a Muslim man and a Christian woman or a Jewish woman is a Muslim child. He will be judged by extension of the higher one. وهو الأب المسلم, which is the Muslim father. ولا يحكم له بحكم الأخص منهما, and he will not be given, this child will not be given the worst of the two, وهو الأم لكفرها, which would be following the mother who has blasphemy. So that's going to be a Muslim child. That was a digression there. Why the Sheikh mentioned the Muslim child? Because he took the opportunity to give you an extra benefit, since he told us here about if a creature were a hybrid from a filthy animal and a pure animal, then the judgment of the hybrid is that it is filthy. Then he said, but that's not like if a human were born from a Muslim parent and a non-Muslim parent, then the human's going to be a Muslim. That baby's going to be a Muslim. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وعظم الميتة وشعرها نجس. This why, though it is disliked, better for a Muslim man not to marry a Christian or Jewish woman, because she might give him a problem with raising that child as a Muslim. Then he's going to have a big problem. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وعظم الميتة وشعرها نجس. The bones and hair of the carcass are filthy. We already said you can only salvage the skin. So the bones and the hair are filthy. إلا الآدمي. But he didn't talk about the human yet, so he's just right now going to explain this much. The bones and hair of the carcass are filthy, not including the human, but he's not talking about the human yet. الشرح, the explanation. عظم الميتة نجس, the bones, the bone, the animal other than a fish or a locust also. Also, that does not, this, what we're saying now, does not include the fish or the locust. Fish will stay pure in death. Locust stays pure in death. Human being stays pure in death. All other living creatures, yani the animals, they become filthy in death unless it's an edible animal properly slaughtered. So some people, they don't understand why we are having problem here. You cannot put something in the food because it's najasa. It's filth. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, yeah, we said that. So the bones of the dead and its hair are filthy. الشرح, the explanation. عظم الميتة نجس. The carcass's bone is filthy. لا يطهره شيء. Nothing will purify it. It is unsalvageable. وكذلك قرنها. Likewise, its horn. وظفرها. And its claw. وظلفها. And its hoof. وشعرها. And its hair. وَكُلُّ أَجْزَائِهَا, and all of its parts. So, like what's going to be there? Some people claim they got some vitamins, they got some supplement. What's in there? They said deer antler. We got deer antler in our special supplement. So no deer antler. Or what they might tell you. Yeah, the deer antlers shed while they are alive. Would this be different? Yes, it is different because it is not skin. You cannot salvage anything but the skin. Also, what some of them might say, they might say, here, one of our ingredients is ant. We have army ants ground up in our pills. So all of that is najis, filthy, you cannot eat it. Yes, when you say it's not usable, usefulness is broad, but it's not purifiable. When I say you cannot salvage it, I mean there's no way to make it pure. How it's going to stay pure? We talk about a deer here. If you actually slaughter the deer, then it's going to stay pure because the deer is edible. The edible animal that is slaughtered stays pure. Why not ants? Because the ant is an inedible animal. When inedible animals die, they become filthy. You cannot eat them. Amin Wafiq. It's just like eating feces, just like drinking urine. It's filthy najasa. But if a person is not Muslim, he doesn't learn, he won't know. He won't know that those animals became filthy when they died without a slaughter. And then what he's going to do, he's going to eat it. And he might not care anyway. All he cares is that it tastes good. وَمِنْ ذَلِكَ نَابُ الْفِيلِ. And amongst that is elephant tusk, ivory, elephant ivory. فَإِنَّهُ نَجِسٌ. It is filthy because it's bone. وَلَوْ ذُبِحَ. Even if the elephant were slaughtered, because elephant is not an edible animal. خِلَافًا لِلْحَنَفِيَّةِ. As opposed to the Hanafi school. The Hanafi school of law says otherwise. فَإِنَّ نَابَ الْفِيلِ طَاهِرٌ عِنْدَهُمْ. Indeed, elephant tusk is pure according to the Hanafi school of Islamic law. عِنْدَهُمْ كَعِظَامِ الْبَقَرَةِ الْمَيْتَةِ. According to them, ivory is like cow bones, pure. Yani, Hanafi school has a judgment different from Shafi'i school. According to Hanafi school, bones do not become filthy. According to Hanafi school, bones do not become filthy. أما ما قطع من الحيوان. As for what is severed from a living creature, وهو حي, فحكمه حكم ميتة ذلك الحيوان. Then the judgment of the severed piece is the judgment of that creature had it been dead. لقوله صلى الله عليه وسلم. Because of what the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم said. ما قطع من الحي كميتته. Anything severed from a living creature is like that creature had it been dead. رواه Abu Dawood. Abu Dawood narrated that. فإذا قطعت إحدى قوائم الشاة. So if one of the legs of a sheep were severed, وهي حية, although this sheep is alive, فالقطعة المنتزعة منها نجسة. That segment that got removed from this living sheep, which is its leg in this scenario, it is filthy. لأن ميتة الشاة نجسة. Because had a sheep died without a slaughter, it would be filthy. وكذا لو انفصل شعر الهرة. And likewise, when the hair of the cat separates, في حال حياتها, while this cat is alive, فهو نجس. That hair is filthy. That's the problem with the cat hair. You have a cat, high potential for contamination. The hair of the cat is pure as long as it is attached to the cat. Once it detaches, like when he comes and rubs up on you, it becomes filthy. ويرفع عن نحو 10 شعرات منها في الصلاة. But the likes of 10 hairs, so that's just a little bit, the likes of 10 hairs, 10 cat hairs on you is excused for the validity of the prayer. Your prayer will stay valid with the presence of those little bit of cat hairs on you. أما من لمسها في حال حياتها. As for someone who pets the cat while it is alive, وَلَوْ مُبْتَلَّةً, even if the cat is wet, فَلَا يَتَنَجَّسْ, there is no contamination of filth by this, not as long as the hair doesn't separate. وَشَعْرُهَا مَا دَامَ عَلَى بَدَنِهَا لَا يَكُونُ نَجِسًا. Its hair, as long as it is attached to its body, will not be filthy. لِقَوْلِهِ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ فِي الْهِرَّةِ. Because of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam saying about the cat, إِنَّهَا لَيْسَتْ بِنَجِسَةٍ. Indeed, it is not filthy. إنما هي من الطوافين عليكم. Merely the cat is amongst those creatures that roams around you, humans. ويستثنى من هذا شعر المأكول. And excluded from this case is the hair of something edible. وَرِيشُهُ, and its feather. وَصُوفُهُ, and its wool. وَوَبَرُهُ, and its fur. إِذَا انْفَصَلَ مِنْهُ فِي حَيَاتِهِ. If this separates from the animal while it's alive, the edible animal, the hair or feathers of an edible animal separate from it while the animal is alive, then that hair remains pure. This should not confuse you. Just think of the case of the sheep. Don't we benefit from the wool of the sheep? Yes. Why the wool of the sheep is not najasa? Because we removed it while the sheep is alive. Isn't that what they do? Yes. They keep the sheep alive. And they made special clippers for them, like giant barber clippers, if you ever saw this. And they shave the wool right off of the sheep while it's alive, and they leave the sheep alive so it can grow more wool. So the rule is, if the hair comes off of the edible animal while it's alive, it will stay pure. So what if there's a pigeon flying around you and then a feather fell down on you from that pigeon? It's going to be pure because the pigeon is an edible animal and the feather came off of it while it's alive. فَإِنَّهُ طَاهِرٌ. This will be pure. قَالَ تَعَالَى. The evidence for that is that God said, وَمِنْ أَوْصَافِهَا وَأَوْبَارِهَا وَأَشْعَارِهَا أَثَاثًا وَمَتَاعًا إِلَى حِينٍ. From the wool of the animals and their fur and their hair, you humans make furniture and other commodities that you enjoy for some time. Yani, as long as you're alive until you die. So how's that evidence that it's not najas? Because Allah is telling us He made this lawful for us to benefit from. So then that means not najis, because not permissible for us to use the najis. Like if horses were filthy, it wouldn't be permissible for us to ride them. وَيُسْتَثْنَى أَيْضًا فَأَرَةُ الْغَزَالِ. Also excused here is the musk sack. I think that's what it's called, or musk pouch of a deer. It's a little pouch that grows on its belly. The deer will go and rub that pouch. It's full of blood. This pouch is full of blood. The deer will go to a tree and rub the pouch off of itself, and it will break off of the belly of the deer, and then it will just be on the ground. And then the blood in that pouch will transform into musk. وهي كيس المسك. It's a pouch. It is the musk pouch. فإنه طاهر. The musk in there, not the blood, the musk, after the blood transformed, is pure. The Sheikh is saying the pouch is pure. The pouch itself is pure. وَكَذَا الْعَنْبَرُ. And likewise, amber. It is pure. الَّذِي يَخْرُجُ مِنَ الْحُوتِ. The amber that comes out of the whale, the sea creature. بِدَلِيلِ أَنَّ النَّبِيَّ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ كَانَ يَتَطَيَّبُ بِهِمَا. And the evidence that this pouch is pure with its musk inside of it that was blood, and that this amber, this substance that comes from the whales is pure. The evidence for that is that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam used both of those for fragrance. وقال عن المسك, and he said about musk, وهو أطيب الطيب, it is the most fragrant of fragrance. رواه مسلم. Muslim narrated that hadith. وحكم جنين الحيوان المأكول كجنين الشاة إذا مات بذبح أمه أنه طاهر. And the judgment of the judgment of the fetus of a slaughtered edible animal, the judgment of the fetus of a slaughtered edible animal, when the fetus died by its mother's slaughter, is that the fetus is pure. أما عرق الحيوان فهو غير نجس. As for an animal's sweat, it's not filthy. باستثناء عرق الكلب والخنزير, excluding the sweat of the dog and the pig. Now here is a great scholar of Islam confirming sweat for a dog or a pig. Did you ever hear people say the pig does not sweat? I heard people saying that. So now, I never confirmed it, but I just know that's what people say. But alhamdulillah, that Allah guided me not to be someone who believes the things that people say just because people say it, even if it is something spread amongst the people like as if it's common knowledge. So وَمَا تَوَلَّدَ مِنْهُمَا, and whatever is born from those, the sweat of any creature born from a dog or a pig is filthy. أو من أحدهما, or from one of them. ويستثنى من الميتة الجراد والسمك, and excluded from the filthy carcass is the locust and the fish. لقوله صلى الله عليه وسلم, because of the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم saying, أحلت لنا ميتتان ودمان. But legal for us are two carcasses and two bloods. السمك والجراد, the fish and the locust. والكبد والطحال, and the liver and the spleen. Also, liver is blood and spleen is blood. I did not see in any non-Muslim literature, I did not look extensively. I did not see in any non-Muslim literature that they considered the liver as blood. The Prophet ﷺ said the liver is blood. So then what is it? It is solid blood then. Because the Prophet is right. He's not wrong. If the liver is blood, and it is because he said so, then it is what? Solid blood. Blood that has the consistency of meat. And then after I learned that, when I took another look at the liver, after learning that the Prophet said it's blood, I said, it sure looks like blood too. Subhanallah. Does not look like muscle. قال المؤلف رحمه الله إلا الآدمي. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, except the human. الشرح, the explanation. ميتة الآدمي طاهرة. The corpse of a human is pure. وكذا من فصل منه في حال حياته. And likewise, anything that separates from the human while he's alive, أو بعد موته, or after his death, it will remain pure. لِقَوْلِهِ تَعَالَى, we're not talking about any blood that comes out of him. We're not talking about any pus that comes out of him. The evidence for the purity of the human is وَلَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي آدَمَ. We swear, Allah swears, we have given privilege to the children of Adam. وَقَضِيَةُ التَّكْرِيمِ أَلَّا يُحْكَمَ بِنَجَاسَتِهِ بِالْمَوْتِ. And amongst what is dictated by this privilege is that the human would not be judged as filthy when he dies. وهذا في المسلم وغيره. This is for the Muslim and otherwise. ومعنى الآية, and the meaning of the verse is أَنَّا جَعَلْنَا لِبَنِي آدَمَ مَزَايَا, is that we have given to the children of Adam, yani Muslims are not, specialties. منها أن أجسامهم ليست نجسة. Amongst those specialties is that their bodies are not filthy, neither while alive nor after death. أما قوله تعالى, as for what God the Exalted said, إنما المشركون نجس, which means the pagans or idolaters, they are merely filth. They are filth, not filthy, but filth. فَيُحْمَلُ عَلَى نَجَاسَةِ عَقِيدَتِهِمْ. This ayah is interpreted to mean their convictions are filthy. أو على تجنبهم كتجنب النجاسة, or the ayah refers to avoiding them like avoiding filth. ثم الآدمي مع كونه طاهرا لا يجوز, yeah, because they are not good company. Are they not good company? They have bad habits. Like what? Like they say bad things, and they like bad things, and they eat bad things. They do bad things a lot, even the nice ones. ثم ثم الآدمي مع كونه طاهرا لا يجوز استعمال جلده ولا عظمه. Furthermore, the human being, though he is pure, it is not permissible to use his skin or bone. Yani human skin and human bone are religiously useless. Useless. حتى لو انكسرت يد شخص أو رجله. Even if a person broke his hand or broke his foot, لا يجبر بعظم الآدمي. It is not permissible to make a cast for him from human bone. لأن الآدمي له كرامة, because the human has a privilege. فلا يستعمل كالآلة. So the human is not used like a tool. His pieces, that is. So then look at some of those, what do you call those? Savages. Look at those pagan savages. They make jewelry from human bones. Now we just finished tanning. Now, what I need to do is finish this very last chapter here, containers. Let me see. Ah, short. CWAC too. I forgot. You have to do CWAC too. And CWAC. It's not very long. So, the time is now 8:15. And may Allah reward you and congratulations for your consistency and sticking through this. Alhamdulillah, may Allah grant you benefit by the knowledge. In 45 minutes, I have a lesson on marriage. I personally want to continue right now and then just go right into the marriage lesson. And then I think I want to continue right after that and try to finish the siwak. So this is really an Abu Shuja marathon today. Subhanallah. The marriage lesson is from Abu Shuja too. So, how are you, brothers and sisters, feeling? Should we take a break? Okay. So let me here just put out the notification for the marriage class. Give the people notification that it's still on. And then we'll continue. So just give me one moment here. Take about 3 or 4 minutes break, inshallah. Bismillah. Okay. Let us cover the chapter on containers. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, فصل, section, fil aniyah, section on containers or vessels. Al-awani jam'u aniyah. So the Arabic word awani, vessels, containers, is the plural of aniyah, vessel or container. وهي جمع إناء. Okay. No. The Arabic word awani is the plural of the word aniyah, which is the plural of the word ina. So what does that mean? It means the plural of a plural. That's how tough Arabic is. When I say tough, I don't mean difficult. I just mean that's how much it is, all of that. That's how yani how like that Arabic is. Al awani. So the best I can do in translation is it would be containers. It is the plural of aniya, but aniya means containers. So awani is the plural of the plural. وهي جمع إناء, and aniya is the plural of ina, container or vessel. وهو ما يستعمل للأكل والشرب ونحوها, and that is what is used for eating and drinking and the like. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, ولا يجوز استعمال أواني الذهب والفضة. The usage of golden and silver containers is not permissible. الشرح, the explanation. انعقد الإجماع على تحريم استعمال أواني الذهب والفضة. The consensus is concluded about the prohibition of using containers of gold and silver. للأكل والشرب وسائر الاستعمالات, for eating and drinking and the rest of the usages. كالمرود, like the eyeliner stick, كحل stick. الذي يكتحل به في العين في خلال وخلال الأسنان, and like floss. Yani you cannot use golden floss or silver floss. والمجمرة, and the incense burner. التي يوضع فيها البخور, the one in which you put the incense. إذا كانت من ذهب أو فضة, if it's made of gold or silver. Extra for you. How would you be sinful if there's golden or silver incense burner? Yani, if you're the one who put it, then you're going to be sinful. That means for sure you're using it because you're the one who put it. Also, if you go to it and then, for example, bring it smoke upon you, you know how you go to the incense and you like make it smoke come on you and maybe you inhale its smoke, use your hands to channel the smoke. If you do that and it's a golden or silver incense burner, then that's going to be counted as you using a golden or silver incense burner. So that's going to be haram. سواء كان الإناء كبيرا أو صغيرا, whether the container were big or small. ويستوي في التحريم الرجل والمرأة بلا خلاف, and equal in the prohibition is the man and the woman without difference in opinion. So then, what's the difference between men and women concerning gold? Jewelry, not vessels. Women can wear golden jewelry, but they cannot use golden vessels. or golden tools, golden utensils of all kinds, not just vessels. Like we just said, like eyeliner stick, like floss. That's for men and women. وأشد ذلك حرمة استعمال أوانيهما للأكل والشرب. And the worst case of this is using such vessels for eating and drinking. This is most severe sin, using it for eating and drinking. للحديث المتفق عليه. Because of the hadith that is agreed upon, meaning narrated by Al-Bukhari and Muslim. أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال, that the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم said, لا تشربوا في آنية الذهب والفضة. Drink not from vessels of gold or silver. ولا تأكلوا في صحافها. And eat not from their platters or plates of gold or silver. So he specifically forbade eating and drinking amongst the different actions. Amongst the different actions, he forbade the eating and drinking. So then it's going to be most sinful. Someone might use it for other things. It was said that some kafir, he got a golden toilet bowl. So he's using gold for other than eating or drinking. Still haram. He said a golden straw is not okay. Whether it's metal, but gold is metal. So golden string somehow is going to have metal in it. Yani, because gold is metal. We're talking about real gold. We're not talking about the color. We're talking about actual gold. So golden straw is definitely haram. Wal'iyadu billah. If I saw someone drinking from a golden straw, I'll say, A'udhu billah. فالذي يأكل في صحاف من فضة أو ذهب ذنبه كبير. So someone who eats from plates of silver or gold, his sin is big. Eating from golden or silver utensils is amongst the major sins. I need to check. I have a list of major sins according to the Sheikh. I don't recall that eating from golden or silver containers is in that list. I'll check it. If it's not there, I'll add it. ويقاس غير الأكل والشرب عليهما. As for actions other than eating or drinking, they are compared to eating or drinking. Meaning, what the Prophet forbade explicitly is eating and drinking. Of all the actions that are that one would use such golden and silver containers and tools for, the Prophet named eating and drinking. So what about other actions other than eating and drinking from golden tools? The Prophet didn't name those. So what's the evidence for those? The answer is, the evidence for those is qiyas, comparison. Don't forget, qiyas is a religious proof. Comparing those actions to eating and drinking. Qiyas is a religious proof. There's 4 religious proofs: Quran, Sunnah, consensus, and qiyas, comparison, legal comparison. So actions other than eating and drinking that are done by golden and silver utensils, the evidence that those are forbidden is legal comparison. لكن يجوز استعمال أوانيهما لعذر. However, it is permissible to use golden and silver vessels for an excuse, كالتداوي, like medicine, yani medicinal purposes, for remedy, because gold and silver have properties. So it could be that they have some property unique. Amongst those things, for the gold at least, I don't know about the silver, amongst those, that the gold will not cause your flesh to rot. I don't know if that's absolute. But for example, you might put a golden tooth into your gum. Now your flesh is sitting against metal. Are you going to get an infection now? Because you got metal in your mouth? Your flesh is sitting, your open flesh sitting against metal? It's not going to, it's not going to rot. Your flesh will not rot against the gold. So it has medicinal purposes. I love those facts like that. That knowledge, the fiqh will make you knowledgeable of many things. Subhanallah. As they say, fiqh gives you experience before experience. It'll be like you experienced something you never experienced. So that's why I'll give a lesson of menstruation to women. They be like, you know about menses better than me. Subhanallah wa bihamdi. Okay. وكذلك لو نوى ألا يستعملها للأكل والشرب. And likewise, had one intended to not use these vessels for eating and drinking, لكنه وضعها للزينة, but he put them just for decoration, تفاخرا, for vainglory, فهو حرام, that's forbidden. And he just has golden bowl, golden vase, fancy vase in his windowsill made of gold or silver. That's haram. وهناك خلاف بين الشافعية أنفسهم. And there is a difference amongst the Shafi'is. حول الاتخاذ. A difference that a difference around keeping, mere keeping. I think a word that works here is collecting. When I say collecting here, I mean being a collector. Now, someone would be a collector. Maybe someone's a collector of model cars. Maybe someone's a collector of stamps. So it's not permissible to be a collector here when it comes to the golden and silver utensils. Like, for example, to have what they call a china cabinet. Just there. You don't even use it. Plates, bowls, forks, spoons, just there to be pretty. The Shafi'is differed about this case of mere collecting without using, because also that's what the collectors do. They don't even use that stuff. They just get it and then put it in your house, in the window and everywhere, all over the place. Or they make a mural for whatever it is they collect, toys, dolls, for example, stuffed animals. فقد أجزاه فقد أجازه البعض. Some said it's permissible to keep it without using it. This is Shafi'i school. وحرمه البعض الآخر. And others, they said it is forbidden to keep it without using it. وهو الأصح, and that is soundest. Yeah. ولا يجوز بيع أواني الذهب ولا يجوز بيع أواني الذهب والفضة لمن يستعملها. And it is not permissible to sell golden and silver vessels to someone who will use them. So also then, what you're going to see amongst non-Muslims, you're going to see kafir wears gold chains, gold chains, gold rings, gold bowls. All this haram. This haram affects your heart. This kafir has a lot of haram he does, but look, he takes showers. And he wears nice clothes. He puts on perfume. He puts on jewelry. And his heart is hard. And his sins are many. قال المؤلف رحمه الله ويجوز استعمال غيرهما من الأواني. It is permissible to use other types of containers. الشرح, the explanation. أنه يجوز استعمال أواني ما سوى الذهب والفضة. is that it is permissible to use containers that are not gold or silver. وَلَوْ كَانَ شَيْئًا نَفِيسًا, even if it were a precious material. كَالزَّبَرْجَدْ, like emerald, وَالْيَاقُوت, and ruby, وَاللُّؤْلُؤْ, and pearl, وَالْمَرْجَانِ, which is usually translated as small pearl. وَالْعَقِيقِ, aqiq, so they call it aqiq. Aqiq. Maybe they're going to say aqiq because you don't have a qaf letter in English. Aqiq. Aqiq stone. ما لم يستعمل للفخر, as long as this thing, this tool, this apparatus that is made of a precious material is not used for vainglory. لأنه لم يرد فيه نهي, because no prohibition came about it. And there's no evidence to say that it's haram. وَقَدْ مَنَعَ ذَلِكَ بَعْضُ الْعُلَمَاء, but some scholars, they deemed it forbidden. فَقَالُوا لَا يَجُوزُ أَيْضًا, they said also these things of precious material are not permissible. بِخِلَافِ الذَّهَبِ وَالْفِضَّةِ فَإِنَّهُمْ لَمْ يَخْتَلِفُوا فِيهِ. This is different from gold and silver from the perspective that there is no difference in opinion about the prohibition of golden and silver utensils. Difference in opinion is about other precious materials. فإنهم لأنه ورد فيه حديث. They didn't differ about gold and silver utensils because there's a hadith about it. ويحرم استعمال الأواني المسروقة. المسروقة. Yeah. And it is forbidden to use stolen vessels. Subhanallah. So Shaykh gave us a benefit there. أما إن موهت الآنية. Now, when or if the vessel is plated, الآنية المصنوعة من نحاس, the vessel itself is made of brass, مثلا, for example, or copper. Plated بالذهب أو بالفضة, and it is golden or silver plated. What's the judgment? There's detail. فإن كان يحصل شيء منه بالعرض على النار, if it were possible to collect any of that golden or silver plating by exposing it to fire, فلا يجوز استعماله, then it will not be permissible to use this plated tool. وإلا جاز, or else it would be permissible. That would mean only a little bit, a thin layer of gold or silver over some vessel made of copper or brass or the like, then it's permissible. وَالتَّمْوِيهُ نَفْسُهُ حَرَامٌ وَلَوْ فِي الْمَسَاجِدِ وَجُدْرَانِ الْبَيْتِ وَالْحَوَانِيدِ وَأَثَاثِ الْبَيْتِ. And plating is forbidden. So the plating itself is forbidden. So now I have a question. Alhamdulillah, I didn't have a question from all this review. Now I benefited from the review that I will ask inshallah ta'ala, because it says at-tamwihu nafsuhu haram. The plating itself is haram. So as if then maybe I forgot what the Shaykh said, or maybe I was daydreaming, so I didn't hear it. Because we are saying right now, if the vessel is plated, but thinly, then you can still use it. Okay, so you might take from that the plating is not haram. So it looks like it's saying the plating is haram. You can't plate it, but if it were plated, but only a little bit, then you can use it. So I will ask inshallah just to check that, if that's what that means. But what is for sure, walau fil masjid, you cannot like plate something in the masjid with gold or silver, Yani line something in the masjid with gold or silver. وَجُدْرَانِ الْبُيُوتِ, or your walls, the walls of the house, you cannot line them with gold or silver. وَالْحَوَانِيتِ, or the store, if you had a store, can't line your store with gold or silver. وَأَثَاثِ الْبَيْتِ, or the furniture, you cannot line it with gold or silver. Who lines things with gold? I was told, I didn't check it myself. I was told that the popes, they wear clothing with gold, with woven gold. They wear clothing with woven gold. And would you be surprised? Of course not. Do you think those are pious, God-fearing men? Or are they frauds who care about the world? وما ضبب من إناء بفضة ضبة كبيرة للزينة حرم استعماله. Okay, now here comes a case. A case that I could not master until recently, alhamdulillah. Yani, I kept not having the rule in my mind. It's always slipping my mind. Now, inshallah, will not slip my mind. Now we're going to talk about the last thing here to end this section, soldering. I might be saying it wrong. Soldering. So it means like you have a vessel, it's broken. So you take, yani, you take gold or silver or something else. Gold or silver is not the condition for soldering. You mend the pieces of the vessel back together again with some metal. So what if that were done with gold or silver? That's what we're going to talk about here. وما ضبب من إناء بفضة ضبة كبيرة للزينة. So if a vessel were soldered, I hope I'm saying that right, with a lot of silver, soldered, yani, with a lot of silver. So, didn't say gold yet. For decoration, then using it is forbidden. For decoration, that means not to repair it. Okay, in appearance, you repaired it. It was broken into pieces, you put it back together. So it looks like it's repaired. But not really is the repair is the goal here. It is the decoration that is the goal because it looks so cool. How it's broken into pieces and put back together with gold or silver. So if that were by a lot of silver for decoration, then it's haram to use it. أو صغيرة بقدر الحاجة. But if it were a little bit of silver, only the amount needed, فلا تحرم, then it's not forbidden للصغر, because of the small amount of silver used for this repair. ولا تكره للحاجة, and it's not disliked also because that was needed. لما روى البخاري في صحيحه, because of what Al-Bukhari narrated in his authentic book. أن قدح النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم كان مسلسلا أي مشدودا بخيط فضة. That the prophet's mug or something like that, his cup, his thermos or something like that, it was repaired by, yani put together by, or fastened. It was fastened by, fastened, tied by a silver string, by a silver string. أما إذا, and there's other proofs for that too. أما إذا كانت صغيرة للزينة. Now, if it were though a little bit, but للزينة, for decoration, not a little bit for the need, a little bit for decoration. أو كبيرة لحاجة, or if it were a lot of silver, but for the need. جاز مع الكراهة, then it's permissible with dislikeness. So this is the part that always escapes me. If it were like this, then it's permissible without dislikeness. But if it were like this, then it's haram. But if it were like this, then it's disliked. But permissible, yani, then if it was a lot, but for need, or a little bit, but for decoration, then. So all of that is always escaping me. But the sheikh that was teaching us, he said something that made it stick. Alhamdulillah. Which I'll tell you in a minute. So, أما إذا كانت صغيرة للزينة, if it were a little bit but for decoration, أو كبيرة لحاجة, or a lot but for a need, جاز مع الكراهة. In both cases, it's permissible, but with dislikeness, aversion. ومرجع الكبر والصغر العرف, and the reference for a lot or a little bit is the norm. What's customary? What's customary to the people of being a lot or a little? Now, when we say that the norm, what that means is that there's something ambiguous here. There's a room, there's a gray area here. We just said the reference for a lot or a little bit goes back to the norm. That means there's a gray area here. What that means is you would see some gold or silver, it's a little bit unquestionably. When I say that little bit, that's like my fingernail, for example. That's not a lot. Or you would see a lot, unquestionably. Let's say that where's the cup? It's all gold. That's a lot, unquestionably. But then you might be somewhere it's not clear for you. Is it a lot or is it a little bit? And you're not a scholar and you can't determine. So then you're going to ask. But what I really want you to take away from what I'm saying to you right now is, if you want to understand fiqh, very important, you must be able to understand this type of ambiguity. This type of ambiguity appears a lot in fiqh, because it's going to be said in some case, somewhere, some chapter here or there, when it's a lot, or when it's a little, or like that. So what's going to be a lot or a little? Or this much time. What's a long time? Or a short time? What's a long time? What's a short time? There's something intangible here. That, if it confuses you, if that gray area there confuses you, you will not understand a lot of rules in fiqh. So you have to be able to absorb that lack of clarity there. So what do we say here? The reference for a lot or a little bit is the norm. The norm. So that's not like when we say the norm, it would have been another thing if we said a lot is such and such point, such and such grams. This will be very exact. When we say a lot is what's normally considered a lot, then there's a gray area. You cannot be confused by that. والمراد بالحاجة الغرض من إصلاح الكسر فقط. And what's meant by needing this material for soldering is the goal of fixing the break. That's it. The goal of repairing the break. وخرج بالفضة الذهب. And excluded by our mentioning the silver here exclusively is the gold. فلا يحل استعمال إناء ضبب بذهب على ترجيح النووي. It is not permissible to use a vessel soldered by gold, according to what an-Nawawi deems preponderant. لأن الحديث ورد في الفضة, because the hadith above this case addresses silver. أما عند الرافعي, but according to الرافعي, فالذهب في هذه المسألة كالفضة. Gold in this case is like silver. So what was it that the Sheikh told us to help us keep this case contained? Now I'm recalling you. Actually, I'll be repeating it to you. So, what do we have? We have a lot and we have a little of gold or silver. Let's just stick to the silver. This is what Sheikh is presenting. Sheikh here presented this as if he agrees with a Nawawi here. Because the whole time he talked about silver, and then after that he said, as for the gold, it's haram, according to a Nawawi. So as if he agrees with a Nawawi here, or supports him today, yani in this, at this spot in this book here. So what is the case? So the case is, let me actually grab my notebook here, make sure I say it right. What is it? How do you keep the issue contained? So either you have a lot or a little, and it's either going to be for decoration or for a need. So, what is definitely haram? What is definitely haram is a lot for decoration. That's haram. And what is definitely not haram, what is definitely not haram is a little bit for a need. And everything else in between, any other scenario is going to be makruh, disliked. So that's it. Khalas, now the case is captured. What's definitely haram is a lot for decoration. What's definitely not haram and not even disliked is a little bit for a need, the need of repair. And anything else is disliked. So faslun fi siwak, section on the toothstick. السواك لغة الدلك. Siwak linguistically is rubbing, rubbing. وآلته, and the tool for that. وشرعا, and legally it is استعمال عود أو نحوه في الفم لتنظيف الأسنان. It is using a stick or the like in the mouth for cleaning the teeth. واختلف في الإصبع, and there is difference in opinion about the finger. Is the finger a valid siwak? هل يحصل بها السواك? Does the sunnah of siwak take place by the use of a finger? لا, or not? على قولين عند الشافعية. There are two sayings according to the Shafi'is. منهم من قال يحصل بالإصبع ومنهم من قال لا تحصل به السنة. Some of them say that the sunnah of the siwak does take place by using a finger for a siwak, and some of them said the sunnah is does not take place. The sunnah is not achieved by using a finger for the tooth. Two sayings there. قال المؤلف رحمه الله. So let me just read the text real quick here. The author says, section, the tooth stick is recommended in all situations, except after the zenith for the fasting person. In 3 cases, it is more strongly recommended. Upon the mouth changing from azm, or from something else. Upon waking from sleep, and upon standing for prayer. So you see it's a short chapter here. So the author says, rahimahullah, وَالسِّوَاكُ مُسْتَحَبٌ فِي كُلِّ حَالٍ. The siwak is recommended in all situations. إِلَّا بَعْدَ الزَّوَالِ لِلصَّائِمِ, except after the zenith for the fasting person. So that's the amount that's about to be explained. الشرح, the explanation. أن السواك السنة, is that the siwak, the toothstick, is a prophetic practice. لما ورد في البخاري, because of what came in al-Bukhari. السواك مطهرة للفم مرضاة للرب. The tooth stick is a purifier for the mouth and acceptance by the Lord. Yani, something like that. آلة تنظفه من الرائحة الكريهة. This means that the siwak, the toothstick, is a tool that cleans the mouth from foul breath. Wali hadith, and also it's because of the hadith. لولا أن أشق على أمتي لأمرتهم بالسواك مع كل وضوء. Had it not been that I would make it difficult on my nation, I would have commanded them. I would have demanded of them to use the siwak with every wudu. ويحصل بكل شيء طاهر خشن يقلع الوسخ. The siwak, the sunnah of siwak, takes place by anything that is pure and rough and uprooting of the plaque. وَلَا يُؤْذِي اللِّثَّةَ or al-litha, and also is not harmful to the gums. So don't use cane for siwak. It's too hard, might rip your gums up. إِلَّا إِصْبَعُهُ الْخَشِنَةِ, except for one's own rough finger. What, his own, one's own rough finger. So some said you can use someone else's rough finger as a siwak if he accepts. وَكَوْنُهُ مِنْ خَشَبِ الْأَرَاقِ أَفْضَلُ. And for the siwak stick to be from the arak, from the wood of the arak tree, for the siwak stick to be from arak wood is better. What I saw in some siwak packages that maybe it's called pilo or pilu tree, according to some. والسواك مستحب أي مندوب إليه في كل حال. And the siwak is recommended in all situations. ويكره تنزيها بعد الزوال للصائم. And it is disliked merely, not haram, after zawal. After zawal. Zawal is after zenith. What's zenith? Zenith is true noon. Zawal is after zenith. How to spell the name of the tree? Arak. Arak tree. Zenith is when the sun is at its peak in the day, true noon. And Zawal is when the sun comes out of the center of the sky into the west. So after that, then, according to a saying, it is disliked for someone who's fasting to use the siwak, walau nafla, even if it's a voluntary fast. Li hadith. And this is proven by a hadith. لا خلوف فم الصائم أطيب عند الله من ريح المسك. The changed breath of the mouth of the fasting person is more fragrant to God than the smell of musk. رواه البخاري ومسلم وأحمد. Al-Bukhari, Muslim, and Ahmed narrated that. وحديث, and also there's another hadith. إن خلوف أفواههم حين يمسون أطيب عند الله من ريح المسك. Indeed, the changed breath of their mouths when they arrive in the night is more fragrant to Allah than the smell of musk. أي أن ثوابه أعظم من ثواب التطيب بالمسك. And the meaning of this is that the reward of that is more than the reward of using musk for perfuming. وليس معناه أن الله يوصف بالشم. And this does not mean that God has the attribute of smelling, because the hadith doesn't say Allah smells anything. It's just saying that the smell of that is to Allah more fragrant, yani better than the smell of musk. فَاللَّهُ يُوصَفُ بِالْعِلْمِ. Allah is attributed with or described with knowledge. وَلَا يُوصَفُ بِالشَّمْ, not smelling. وَلَا بِالْإِحْسَاسِ, nor is he attributed with senses. His attributes are not senses. His sight is not a sense. His hearing is not a sense. And his attributes are not powers also. وَتَزُولُ الْكَرَاهَةُ بِغُرُوبِ الشَّمْسِ. The dislikeness, yani the aversion, goes away by sunset. وَلَوْ تَغَيَّرَ فَمُ الصَّائِمِ بَعْدَ الزَّوَالِ بِسَبَبٍ آخَرٍ عِنْدَ غَيْرِ الْخُلُوفِ. Now, had a fasting person's mouth, yani his breath, been changed after zawal, yani after dhuhr came in, by another reason, other than the khuluf itself, other than his breath changing because of the fasting, kanon, like his breath changed by sleeping, أو أكل شيء كريه الريح, or because of eating something with a foul smell, like onions or garlic, أو شربه, or drinking something with a foul smell, فاستاك لذلك, and that's why he used the siwak while fasting after dhuhr. Lam yukrah, it won't be disliked. So differentiate then between using the siwak because your mouth changed by the smell of the fasting after dhuhr came in. So then it's going to be disliked to use the siwak, as opposed to if your mouth changed after dhuhr while you're fasting, but because of something you ate or drank or because you were sleeping, then it's not disliked to use the siwak. واختار النووي عدم الكراهة مطلقا, and Nawawi chose the lack of aversion, the lack of dislikeness, absolutely. According to An-Nawawi, you can use siwak anytime while fasting, even if your breath changed from the smell. Even if the smell of your breath changed from the fasting and it's after dhuhr, still not disliked to use the siwak. And one proof for that is that the Prophet ﷺ said, had it not been that I would make it difficult on my nation, I would have commanded them to use the siwak for every prayer, every prayer. So that means dhuhr prayer and asr prayer while fasting. So then that would mean it's not disliked. So there's two sayings in the Shafi'i school about that. فائدة, benefit. المستحب والسنة والتطوع والنفل عند الشافعية مترادفة, أي تأتي لمعنى واحد. Here's a benefit. The word mustahab and sunnah and tatawwu' and nafl, according to the Shafi'is, are all synonymous. They mean the same thing, which is recommended good deed, not obligatory. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وهو في ثلاثة مواضع أشد استحبابا عند تغير الفم من أزم وغيره. In three cases it is more strongly recommended upon the mouth changing from azm or something else. So that's the amount that's about to be explained. It's raining again. I ask Allah Ta'ala to give us an accepted dua whenever we make dua. I ask Allah Ta'ala to grant us the good that we ask for. I ask Allah Ta'ala to forgive us of our sins and to admit us into the garden with no torture. And I ask Allah Ta'ala to bless our health and to bless our monies. Allahumma ameen. الشرح, the explanation. السواق السواق في ثلاثة أحوال أشد استحبابا. The siwak in three cases is even more emphasized. أي مؤكد السنية, متأكد السنية, meaning its being sunnah is more emphatic. فيكون استحبابه أقوى. أحدها عند تغير رائحة الفم. One of those is when the smell of the mouth changes. من أزم, due to something called أزم غيره, or from something else. كأكل ذي ريح كريه, like eating something with a foul smell. كالثوم والبصل, like garlic and onion. Oh no, or because of sleeping. والأزم, and the azm, what is it? قيل هو طول السكوت. It was said to be lengthy silence. You didn't talk for a long time and then your breath changed. وقيل ترك الأكل, and it was said to be not eating. That's not necessarily fasting, just not eating. So then the smell of your breath changed. Then it's sunnah to use the siwak. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وعند القيام من النوم, says, upon waking from sleep. الشرح الموضع الثاني الذي يستحب فيه السواك استحبابا مؤكدا. The explanation is that the second spot in which it is recommended to use these toothstick with an emphatic recommendation is upon standing, yani waking up from sleep. لأن النوم مظنة تغير رائحة الفم, because sleep is suspected to be or assumed to be a reason for the smell of the mouth to change. فسواء تغيرت رائحة الفم أو لم تتغير. So whether the smell of the mouth changed or not, يستحب استحبابا أكيدا. This would be recommended, more emphatically recommended, لحديث أنه صلى الله عليه وسلم كان إذا قام من النوم يشوس فاه بالسواك. The hadith that he sallallahu alayhi wasallam, when he would stand from sleep, he would clean his mouth with the siwak, a yastak. رواه الشيخان, that's narrated by the two sheikhs. فلو ترك الاستياك كان خلاف الأولى. If one left out the siwak when waking up, then it's not better. Not better means less than disliked. And so, yani, that's also for anyone who's married, then, yani, maybe you're going to use siwak before you kiss your spouse in the morning. Insha'Allah ta'ala. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وعند القيام إلى الصلاة, and upon standing for prayer. الشرح, the explanation, الموضع الثالث الذي تتأكد سنيته فيه عند القيام إلى الصلاة. The third spot in which the being sunnah is more emphatic concerning the siwak is when standing for prayer, meaning when you want to pray. ولو نفلا, even if it is a voluntary prayer. وهذا آكد مما قبله كله, and this is more emphatic than everything that has already been mentioned. بخبر البخاري, because of the hadith of al-Bukhari, لولا أن أشق على أمتي لأمرتهم بالسواك عند كل صلاة. Had it not been that I would make it difficult for my nation, I would have commanded them to use the siwak upon every prayer. وخبر ركعتان بسواك أفضل من 70 ركعة بلا سواك. And because of the hadith 2 rakats with siwak is better than 70 rakats without siwak. وكذلك يتأكد السواك للوضوء. Likewise, siwak is more emphatic when making wudu. وإن لم يصل به وإن لم يصلي به, even if one does not use that wudu to pray. ويكون محله بعد غسل الكفين. And the spot for the siwak when making wudu is to use it after washing your hands, the sunnah washing of the hands. وقال بعضهم قبل ذلك, and some said before washing the hands. ويسن أيضا للتيمم, and also siwak is recommended when making tayammum. وقراءة القرآن, and reciting the Quran. والحديث, and when relaying hadiths. ولذكر الله, and when making dhikr. والطواف, and when circling the Kaaba. وسجدة التلاوة, and for the prostration of recitation. وسجدة الشكر, and for the prostration of thanks. وَلِدُخُولِ الْمَنْزِلِ, and when entering the house. There's a lot of ones to remember. Subhanallah, I think about some saints who just want to do everything sunnah, and they don't forget maybe to do all of these. Before he enters the house, use siwak. Before he makes wudu, use siwak. Before he makes dhikr, use siwak. Always, always. وَصُفْرَةِ الْأَسْنَانِ, and when the teeth become yellow. وَعِنْدَ إِرَادَةِ النَّوْمِ, and when you want to sleep. So use it when you want to sleep, use it when you wake up. وَعِنْدَ الْإِحْتِضَارِ, and when dying. I ask Allah to enable us to remember all of these instances. Ameen. وَبَعْدَ الْوِتْرِ, and after praying witr prayer. وَفِي السَّحَرِ, and when staying up late. وَلِلْأَكْلِ, and for eating. وَلِلصَّائِمِ قَبْلَ الزَّوَالِ, and for the one who's fasting before dhuhr comes in. So the way the Shaykh presented the case of the fasting one, as if he approves the saying that it is disliked while fasting after dhuhr. But he did mention, but according to a Nawawi, it's not. But I heard from some of the sheikhs that the sheikh takes the other way, that it's not disliked while fasting. And that's possible. Just because he mentioned it here like this doesn't mean that he does for sure take this way. Could be that for some reason that he put it in this book. وَالْأَفْضَلُ أَنْ يَكُونَ السِّوَاكُ يَابِسًا, and أَنْ يَكُونَ السِّوَاكُ يَابِسًا. What's best is for the siwak to be first dry, نُدِّيَ بِالْمَاءِ, and that it would be moistened with water. وَيُسْتَحَبُّ أَنْ يَسْتَاكَ بِيَمِينِهِ, and it's recommended for one to use his right hand for the siwak. لخبر أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم كان يحب التيامن ما استطاع من شأنه كله, because of the report that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to prefer the right as much as possible in all of his affairs. وأن يستاك عرضا, and it's also recommended to use the siwak horizontally, side by side, not up and down. وقد جاء في حديث ضعيف رواه أبو داود في مراسيله إذا استكتم فاستاكوا عرضا. There's a weak hadith that Abu Dawood narrated in his book called Marasil, in which the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, according to that weak hadith, when you use the siwak, use it sideways. That's a weak hadith. Don't forget, it is permissible to use the weak hadith as evidence to do a good deed that's not obligatory. وَالْمُرَادُ عَرُضُ الْأَسْنَانِ, and what's meant is the width of the teeth. فَإِنِ اسْتَاكَ طُولًا كُرِهَ, and if one uses the siwak lengthwise, meaning up and down, it's disliked. لأنه يجرح اللثة, because this damages the gums. وأن يبدأ بالجانب الأيمن, and it is recommended to start with the right side. من فمه, of the mouth. وأن يمره على سقف حلقه, and to pass the siwak over the roof of the throat. إمرارا لطيفة, gently, be careful. Don't make yourself gag. Did you ever see some people, they brush the back of their throat so hard with the toothbrush, they make themselves gag? That's weird for me. وكراسي الأضراس, and to run the siwak over the molars, over the crowns of the molars. وينوي ويستحب أن يستاك وأن ينوي بالسواك السنة, and it's recommended to intend to do the sunnah while using the siwak. And one of the sheikhs, he taught me a dua to say. It's not here, I'll share it with you though. It's easy one. He told me, while you're using siwak, while you are actively running the siwak over your teeth, say Allahumma barik li fi amali hadha. Allahumma barik li fi amali hadha. It means, oh Allah, bless me in this act of mine. Here's my siwak right here. So, siwak's going side to side, and you'd say, oh Allah, bless me in this act of mine. You're probably going to say it low because you got a stick in your mouth, so it's not easy to talk. ومن فوائد السواك أنه يطهر الفم. Amongst the benefits of the toothstick is that it purifies the mouth. From what? Now, we already talked about hadath, religious impurity. So siwak is not going to remove religious impurity. That's for wudu and ghusl. And we talked about najas. So siwak's not going to remove najas. You're going to use water for that. So what does the siwak purify? The plaque, the dirt. وَيُرْضِي الرَّبِّ, and it is acceptable to the Lord. وَيَشُدُّ اللِّثَةَ, it strengthens the gum. وَيُضَاعِفُ الْأَجْرِ, it amplifies the reward. Once I went to a dentist, and I used siwak before I went to the dentist. The dentist said, your teeth are so clean. How is that? Like, mind blown. Like, I never saw teeth so clean. So I said, I used the siwak. I used the toothstick. Did you ever hear of the toothstick? The dentist said, no, I never heard of this stick. Use a stick? So the dentist said, don't use the stick. I advise you against it. Why? Because that stick going to put her out of business, or him. Put the dentist out of business. Yeah. So then, if it's bad for dentist business, they're going to tell you don't do it. Also, the eye doctor is going to tell you don't use the olive oil for your eyes. Meaning non-Muslim Western doctor, non-Muslim Western dentist who doesn't know about our religious practices. وَيُبَيِّضُ الْأَسْنَانِ. It also whitens the teeth. وَيُذَكِّرُ بِالشَّهَادَةِ عِنْدَ الْمَوْتِ. And it reminds one to say the shahada upon dying. وَيُسَاعِدُ فِي إِخْرَاجِ الْحُرُوفِ. And it helps enunciation. Yani getting the letters out clearly. وَيُقَالُ إِنَّهُ يُسَهِّلُ خُرُوجَ الرُّوحِ. And it's even said that it aids in uh, the soul coming out easier. وَيُسَنُّ تَقْلِيمُ الْأَظَافِرِ. And now Sheikh gives us more extra benefits. Digression here. Recommended also is clipping the nails. وَنَتْفُ الْإِبْطِ. And plucking the armpit hair. وَحَلْقُ الْعَانَةِ. And shaving the pubic hair. So plucking is one thing, shaving is one thing. If you shave the armpit hair and pluck the pubic hair, you still get the sunnah. But plucking the pubic hair and shaving, plucking the armpit hair and shaving the pubic hair is sunnah. I knew a Muslim, and he was a youngster at the time. He was just pulling his armpit hair out like, yani, makes me want to faint. I said to him, "This doesn't hurt?" He said, "No, when you get used to it," he said, "only hurts at first. When you get used to it, doesn't hurt anymore." Khamsun, there's because of the hadith, Khamsun min al fitrah. There are 5 things that are from the fitrah. Al khitan, circumcision. Wal istihdad. I'm not sure what's istihdad here. Wa qassu sharib. Qassu sharib, cutting the mustache. He's going to explain what the istihdad is. Cutting the mustache, how's that? So some say it's just not shaving the mustache off. Some say it's not meant here to shave the mustache bald, just your top lip is bald. No. They said what it means is to clear the pink of your lip or the redness of your lip from hair going over it. Just clip the edges of your mustache so that it's not hanging over the rim of your lip. وتقليم الأظافر, and clipping the nails, ونتف الإبط, and plucking the armpit. رواه البيهقي. Al-Bayhaqi narrated that. والختان واجب عند الشافعي. And circumcision is obligatory according to Ash-Shafi'i. والاستحداد حلق العانة. The meaning of the istihdad is shaving the pubic hair. ويسن الاكتحال, and also recommended is using kuhul in the eye. لخبر, because of the report. اكتحلوا بالإثمد. Use إثمد for kuhul. فإنه يجلو البصر. It makes the vision clearer. وينبت الشعر, and it makes the eyelashes grow, which that's nice. Long eyelashes are beautiful, so that's a nice thing. رواه الترمذي. الترمذي narrated that hadith. Wallahu ta'ala a'lam. Allah knows best. We'll stop there.